The use
Sorry,
of the word.
Kate Galloway, can I just interrupt you? Can you just repeat what you said then? You said it's inappropriate for Ms. Clowes to draw a conclusion about
the existing dwelling being an anomaly, given the council's previous approval of that dwelling and the council's previous expert evidence determining it was appropriate.
I just think the anomalous word comes from Miss Stevens' evidence. She starts off saying it's an anomaly.
Oh, right, yeah. But I think Ms. Clowes uses it in a different context, a more a negative context, if you like. I can perhaps make that clearer.
Yes, I think they both use the same word. They both say it's an anomaly. I'm not sure why it's inappropriate for Ms. Clowes and not for your own expert to do that.
Ms. Clowes seems to imply that the dwelling shouldn't have been consented in the first place. And so in that sense, it's that sense that I was taking an issue with.
Right, okay.
(120) The use of the word inappropriate implies there may still be appropriate development under which Section 6B applies. Section 6B is not to be used to apply blanket restrictions over further appropriate development within an O&L. The Supreme Court in the EDS and King Salmon case provides guidance on the term inappropriate in the context of Section 6B. In this case, the Supreme Court ruled that inappropriateness should be assessed by reference to what is sought to be protected. This precedent is similar to that of the Man of War Farm case, where the High Court concluded that whether an activity involves inappropriate subdivision use and development is required to focus on the natural characteristics and qualities that specifically contribute to the value of the O&L. Therefore, I submit that the starting point under Section 6B is to consider what is sought to be protected within this O&L and the qualities that contribute to it. Then an assessment can be made in respect of whether the proposal is inappropriate. As concluded by both Ms. Stephen and Ms. McPherson, the site does not contain any features which actually contribute to the O&L being outstanding. Accordingly, I submit that the site does not require significant protection as it does not contribute to the qualities of the wider O&L. And just note a quote there from an older case from the Environment Court. There will be occasions when revegetation of an area with indigenous species to the exclusion of exotics would balance the intrusion of built form into the landscape. And I submit that this proposal is one of those occasions where the proposed indigenous planting will not only balance the intrusion of built form, but will also provide significant restoration on the site into the wider O&L. While the proposal will reduce the existing open space, this is largely due to extensive indigenous planting, which will be a positive effect. And overall, I submit that this proposal constitutes an appropriate subdivision in future residential land use in accordance with Section 6B. On Section 7C, I note that Ms. Clowes has assessed the proposal under Part 2, Section 7C, amenity values. And Ms. Clowes states that the proposal does not constitute maintenance or enhancement of amenity values or the quality of the environment. In the RMA context, maintain does not mean the same thing as the dictionary definition. The dictionary definition relates to the requirement to keep in an existing state, but according to the High Court and Court of Appeal in the Shell case, if adverse effects are minor, they can be treated as inconsequential, and so broadly speaking, the environment is maintained in the sense that a minor incursion upon it is not significant. Therefore, I submit that in the context of Section 7C and the rest of Part 2, the definition of maintain will allow for changes so long as the effects are minor. And in Shell, the High Court interpretation of that phrase was upheld by the Court of Appeal. The High Court previously disagreed with the Environment Court and held that Section 7C did not require a proposal for resource consent both to maintain and enhance amenity values in the sense of the ordinary dictionary meaning. I just set out that section there. So based on that case law, I submit that Ms. Clowes incorrectly concluded that this proposal will not maintain or enhance amenity values generally, and in particular, the adjacent reserves. In terms of Section 7C of the RMA, amenity values and the quality of the environment will be maintained and extensively enhanced through the sympathetic siting and planting associated with the proposal. As stated by Ms. Stephen, there will be limited views to and from the proposal from any public viewpoints, which will assist in protecting and enhancing amenity values of the reserve. Furthermore, affected party approvals have been received from the Department of Conservation. It is submitted that the Commission is restricted to the adverse effects on amenity values that it can consider under these approvals. And accordingly, it is considered that this proposal is consistent with Part 2 of the RMA. Overall, I submit that in terms of Section 6B and 7C, this proposal is appropriate, as it will provide significant positive effects on the site and on the wider ONL. While the proposal will have an impact on the openness of the landscape, it is submitted that this will be minor and that openness is not one of the values important to the ONL. Instead, the proposal will have significant positive effects in terms of ecological restoration and removing of the wilding pines. These positive effects are achieved with only minimal changes to the values of the site and its surrounds, particularly taking into account the permitted baseline. Overall, the proposal will be of low visibility. The proposal will be barely visible from public viewpoints and will not be visible from the Willow Ridge consented development on the upper terrace, lower terrace, and also on the other submitted site who oppose this consent, especially when accounting for the consent conditions delaying built development until mitigation planting has had a chance to establish. Any effects on the Willow Ridge quarry will be minor, and therefore submissions raising issues as to reverse sensitivity should not be considered any further under this proposal. The siting and clustering of the proposal, along with volunteered conditions, together ensure the effects of the proposal on the important values and views of the landscape are minor or less. So that is the end of my legal submissions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker-Galloway. We probably have some questions for you.
Yes,
Commissioner Taylor.
thank you, Ms. Baker-Galloway, and thank you very much for the quality of the submissions and the extent to which the law has been referred to. It's really helpful for us. I guess one of the key elements, as you have rightly pointed out, is the weight to be given to the mitigation in terms of the positive effects of the biological enhancement. And in that respect, you've relied quite heavily on the permitted baseline in terms of what could otherwise be carried out on the site. And I'm interested in, I mean, obviously there is a consenting history for the site that does include an approved landscape plan, which is actually set out in I think both sets of it. Was certainly set out in the application, and it's also referred to in the section 42A report on page 10. Thank you. Just wondering about your views on the relevance of that landscape plan in terms of how that may impact on some of what you had proposed could be carried out as of right on this site.
That might be something I need to confer with Mr. Dent on, if he can answer off the top of his head. My understanding is that the landscape plan doesn't prevent additional planting, but that's a matter of detail that I think Mr. Dent will be more on top of than I am.
Right.
Yes, just to jump in there, Commissioners,
We might just wait until it's your turn, Mr. Dent, and we will get you to talk on this matter because it's probably quite an important
point. Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess my other question at the moment is just in terms of reverse sensitivity, and obviously the quarry was raised in submission, but I was just following the site visit and the siting of the lot 2 building platform in particular is very close to the dock car park, to the conservation area. Just wondering about, I know the department's given affected party approval, but just thinking about reverse sensitivity the other way around from future residents of that particular building, and just sort of interested in your views on whether that's should be thinking about?
Again, this will be probably something that Mr. Dent can, and Ms. Stephen, who's also very familiar with the dock use and public use of that area, and you're welcome to ask her questions as well. But I would have thought that the use of that directly adjacent site as a car park is unlikely to have activities associated with it that could impact on the residents of the new dwelling adjacent to it, in terms of what you typically expect for reverse sensitivity. You're parking your car and you're going for a walk or a bike or going down to the river for a swim. It's not a particularly noisy activity. Doesn't create any odours, those typical reverse sensitivity matters of concern. I wouldn't have thought would be such that any resident would feel the need to complain about it.
Right, and I guess the other potential sites that might generate issues is the council
The camping hub.
The camping hub, yes, because I think there was some mention of that somewhere in the papers around potential for noise issues and that kind of thing, and the need for both privacy, but whether noise potentially was an issue that could impact on lot 3, particularly if it's already impacting on lot 1. So again, be quite interested in the views on that.
Only to the extent that hasn't been an issue that's really been raised with the applicant by council as manager of the reserve, right, or of the camping hub. So that's the only thing I can contribute there. Again, Mr. Dent might be more on top of the detail leading up to the hearing of this application and what consideration was given to those effects. But with the proposed planting in particular, any sort of privacy effects of the residents are addressed through the proposed planting.
Yeah, it was really probably noise and traffic and those kinds of, if there's anything, right, because they are quite close. And, I guess the other question that arises, and again this will be something for the experts to discuss, but when we're talking about the ecological restoration, and I'm looking here at your paragraph 53, what is substantial, and how do we assess what, I guess, the substance of those effects, and how much weight we give that vis-a-vis the proposed development of the site. And I guess I'm interested in how much of we've obviously got areas of planting, but what is proposed to happen on the rest of the site? So there's quite large areas in lot 3, for example, that there is no proposed planting at the moment. So interested in what is likely to happen. And also we have very little planting on lot 1, and so how do we effectively that is going to be more or less in its current condition. There is some planting proposed, and again, how do we assess overall, and how much to the ecological restoration on the basis that it is only sort of small parts of the site that appear to be what is going to be returned to indigenous vegetation. So so just
that's good. Dr. Lloyd and Ms. Stephen will both be able to give their views on that and help you understand the significance of the benefits of the restoration.
Okay, great, thank you.
And the scale of it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for you, Ms. Vicky Galloway. I'm interested in the point you've raised about trade competition and whether you are wanting us to make a ruling on that.
No, I'm not going that far. It's just that the submitter did not declare they're a trade competitor, and as long as I see Ms. Devlin is present, as long as her presumably not expert evidence today on behalf of the developer does not touch on or raise any issues that are trade competition issues, then that's appropriate. But it's just important, I consider, to bear in mind that that's exactly the nature of the landowner on the opposite side of the road. They are going to be in the same market, marketing similar sections.
So in terms of that, those similar sections on the other side of the road and reverse sensitivity, because obviously you've raised, and it's been raised in evidence as well, that those allotments are closer to the quarry sorry, my computer's just decided to die. Just a moment.
Oh, it's disconnected here.
Right, I've recovered from that, sorry. The reverse sensitivity issue, are you aware of any encumbrances that are put on those allotments in terms of reverse sensitivity?
Oh, I'm not aware, but it would be quite sensible for that developer to impose internal encumbrances to address the reverse sensitivity issue, yes.
So there are none that have been imposed as with the council as a party or required as condition of resource consent?
I haven't actually looked at that level of detail.
Okay.
But we can look at that if Ms. Devlin can't assist.
Yes. I'm interested in the affected party approval from DOC, and obviously you elaborated on your submissions that we can consider users of the public land. Now, I just wanted to be clear, none of that area there is a trail in terms of the plan, is that correct?
No, I think the formal trail is on River Right, on the other side of the river.
Yeah, okay.
But again, Ms. Stephen is much more familiar with the layout and will be able to assist.
Okay. So the area, I'll ask Ms. Stephen that, I think. Paragraph 28, Ms. Baker Galloway, you have talked about the interim decision on topic 2 and advised that Ms. Clowes has not assessed or given regard to any of the provisions in her 42A report. Now, I think you then said that neither had Mr. Denton, that was appropriate. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, Ms. Dent did consider them, but didn't spend much energy assessing them because of their state of flux. So he acknowledged that they were there. He's aware of where there are potential changes and where there are not, but it wasn't apparent that Ms. Clowes had given those provisions any regard at all.
Okay, I thought my understanding from reading Mr. Dent's evidence, but maybe I need to ask him, is that he had merely acknowledged they existed, but didn't provide us with an assessment.
No, you're right. He didn't do a detailed assessment because they are in a state of flux and it wasn't necessary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paragraph 30, you talk about assessment matters and you advise that all the relevant assessment matters in chapter 21 are subject to appeal. I just wanted to clarify with you, assessment matters in the operative district plan, what's your view on their status?
I think they'll still be, well, it's complicated, isn't it? Because the rules are not subject to appeal. It's a really good question.
You can come back to us and reply on that one if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. In paragraph 40, you're talking about chapter 39, 39, in stage 3.
Mm.
And you have said that Miss Clowes is referring to rules that don't have legal effect under 86B1. Are you talking about her referring to the Chapter 39 rules, which she says are in any event, even if they did have legal effect, are not triggered? Is that the rules you're talking about there, or are you talking about something else?
Yes, I think that's correct. Yes.
Okay. I thought Ms. Klaus had said they weren't.
Well, Ms. Clowes
Would be
definitely
applied.
said they weren't
Yeah.
applied, but
Yes.
she left in the middle, I think. I think she left hanging whether or not they had legal effect.
Mm.
Right.
From previous hearings, I think this area is quite a grey area. So
Yes, it
Um,
is. I think fortunately it's not really relevant because of the extent of the overlays incursion into the site. It's incredibly minor.
yeah. All right, then you said, sorry, I've got to go back to the doc APA that you talked about, and you said that there are that you weren't saying that views from Dockland are irrelevant, but the statutory manager has deemed it relevant, and that we have no evidence to the contrary. I think the
From
council
members.
does have some evidence to the contrary, doesn't it?
Well, the council's got their expert evidence, but what I was trying to specify is that whilst it was a publicly notified application, no members of the public who used the reserve submitted in relation to its effect on the use of the reserve.
Right, so there are no submissions, but there is evidence.
There is expert evidence, yes.
Yes. Oh yes, in paragraph 81, you talk about openness and open character. And you say that there's an important difference of opinion between Ms. Stephen and Ms. Clowes in respect of what degree the openness and open character of the landscape will be reduced. And my understanding was that they both agreed it would be substantially reduced. I thought the difference of opinion, it seems to me to be that what effect that has.
Well, it's important again to pursue this with Ms. Stephen, that whether you're talking about the site itself or the landscape and the extent to which open character and openness is present in the landscape.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, understood. Yeah. In paragraph 98C, you're talking about reverse sensitivity, and you're making the argument for there not really being any anyway. But at C, you then state that there is already an existing dwelling on the site, and the identification of 2 more building platforms will not cause a increase in reverse sensitivity effects. That I don't really understand that. You're adding 2 more houses, so there are 2 more residential activities. If there were any reverse sensitivity effects,
I guess what I was, yeah, that was probably could have been phrased a bit clearer. What I was trying to say was there won't be a new reverse sensitivity issue. There's already a dwelling on the site. The quarry already has to take into account that dwelling, and that similarly the dwelling exists alongside the quarry. So the existing environment is one where if there are reverse sensitivity effects, they're already present. So it's not creating a new class of reverse sensitivity effects because they're already present. That's really what I was trying to say.
At paragraph 110, you're quoting us from the Willow Ridge decision, I think. And you say, since there is no other bridge or road across the Clutha Valley until Albert Town, we consider this decision will not create a precedent for other applications in this outstanding natural feature. I'm not quite sure, that quote seems quite random.
Yes, probably needed some better context.
Yeah, so I thought I'm going to have to go back and read.
Yeah.
I'll provide some wider context so that makes a lot more sense.
Okay. Paragraph 116, you talk about the evidence that Mr. Espy provided back in the day as the council planner at the time. I think it's at the time the dwelling was consented. And you told us that regardless of it being him assessing it as a VAL, doesn't render his assessment irrelevant. And I would agree, it doesn't render it irrelevant, but surely it puts it in a rather different context.
Well,
yes,
it does, and so I did want to acknowledge. I did want to acknowledge that context, but some of those key points that I pulled out, which was it's already, in his view, it was a site overshadowed by human modification to a significant extent. So that finding is relevant, whether it's a VAL or an ONL. It's a sort of a finding of fact, if you like, and that the design will be in keeping with the existing character of the area. Again, that's a sort of a finding of fact that you would apply whatever the sort of classification of the landscape is. So it was those sort of findings and approval of the appropriateness of the site on the basis of those findings that are quite different to the council's current experts' opinions.
But just on that though, Ms. Baker, we are talking about what's 1995?
Yes.
2001, so roughly 20 years ago. As we know, the plan has moved on. I mean, it would be interesting if this original application was submitted today, whether that would be granted, and particularly when you look at the landscape plan that attaches it. So, there is a question as to how relevant that evidence was, given that, effectively we have moved on a long way, particularly when you take into account the objectives and policies in the new PDP, albeit that it's not fully operative at the moment, and it's got to go through quite an appeal process. But I think there is sort of, I guess, even talking about positive effects in terms of ecological restoration is quite a different approach than what we might have seen 20 years ago.
Yes, no, I agree with that. It's not, this isn't the thing that tips it over on the balance, one way or the other. It was just a relevant matter, again, arising out of some concern about a theme that the existing house is somehow inappropriate when it was previously tested well by the council and given consent.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Not at this stage, but I wonder whether we have been going for an hour.
Okay, we're going to have a 5-minute or a 10-minute adjournment. Should we make it 10?
10, yeah.
Yes, we'll have a 10-minute adjournment, so we'll be back at 11:20.
Before we adjourn, because of the way I'm communicating with my team is we've got a phone conference line set up separately. So I just want to check, do any of my team want to have a chat during this 5 or 10-minute adjournment?
Looks like they don't.
Nope, everyone's happy. Okay, so when we come back, we'll be starting with Dr. Lloyd.
Okay,
Okay,
wonderful.
thank you.
Okay, 11:20, we'll be back.
Thank you.
Right, welcome back, everyone. Ms. Baker-Galloway, I think it's Mr. Lloyd.
Dr. Lloyd, yes. So
Apologies.
that's right. So Dr. Lloyd is going to speak to his sort of executive summary and extrapolate a little bit when he feels the urge.
Yes. Is his executive summary in his report, or was it sent through this morning?
It's in his report, so it's page 202 of the pre-circulated bundle of Council's compiled bundle.
Right, thank you.
So I will hand over to Dr. Lloyd.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. So just starting then with my executive summary. Firstly, the ecological context and history of the site. The site lies on an old alluvial terrace landform that would historically have supported a dry broadleaf forest, which would have had scattered podocarps. The site lies on a threatened land environment that has been estimated to have only 2.5% of its original indigenous vegetation cover remaining. When I visited the site, the dominant vegetation on the site was a recently mown lucerne crop, but there are 2 small groves of Kānuka shrubland and a range of indigenous and exotic amenity trees and shrubs associated with the existing residents. Radiata pine trees occur along the Cane Road margin and in a corner at the northern end of the property. Kānuka scrub and shrubland and low-producing grassland are the main vegetation types between Cane Road and the Clutha Matao River, with land on the other side of Cane Road infested with wilding radiata pine, but also containing small patches of Kānuka shrubland. The Newcastle Scenic Reserve surrounds the site on 3 sides, incorporating Kānuka scrub and shrubland on alluvial terraces and terrace rises. Rico's Point Conservation Area covers similar landforms and vegetation across the Clutha River. 2 other restoration projects occur in close proximity to the site, and Indigenous planting is required in consent conditions for residential development directly across Cane Road. All of these projects include ecologically appropriate plantings that contrast with the existing dominance of Kānuka and would return more natural indigenous vegetation to these sites. Into the ecological significance of indigenous vegetation on the site. The site supports only 2 small areas of indigenous Kānuka shrubland that have low ecological value when assessed against the criteria for representativeness, diversity, distinctiveness, and ecological context. The main significance of the small areas of Kānuka shrubland is that they occur on landforms on which less than 10% of the original indigenous vegetation remains. As such, they warrant protection. Adverse effects of residential development. The main potentially adverse effect of residential development is the planting of ecologically invasive species in gardens and amenity areas. This could be addressed in conditions prohibiting the planting of invasive species. There is also potential for residential development to increase the local density of mammalian predators such as cats, but this would be unlikely to have a significant effect. Turning to potential for enhancement and restoration of Indigenous biodiversity on the site and surrounding protected areas. As the site is located on threatened land environments with little vegetation cover remaining, there is a significant potential for restoration and enhancement of biodiversity on the site. The landscape concept plan prepared for the site incorporates ecologically appropriate mixes of Indigenous trees and shrubs and would see at least a hectare of diverse dryland forest ultimately developed on the site. The 2 existing areas of Kānuka shrubland would be retained and buffered by additional planting around them. As well as increasing the extent of Indigenous vegetation on these threatened landforms, the planting would have off-site benefits arising from publicly showcasing the diversity of Indigenous trees that can be successfully planted in the local area and when mature, acting as seed sources for colonisation of suitable habitats in the surrounding landscape. Now responding to the issues raised in the Section 42A report. The landscape assessment attached as Appendix 1 to the S42A report suggests that the current Kānuka shrubland in the locality is highly natural vegetation, and that the proposed planting would introduce new species not currently present in the landscape in any numbers. Under the natural vegetation patterns, Kānuka would have been much more restricted in the local area, and a dry broadleaf forest would have occurred on the Quail Terraces site. Introducing tree and shrub species that would have once occurred in this dry forest would be a very positive effect, in my opinion. It would improve the representative value of the vegetation and provide a greater diversity of indigenous species, better demonstrating natural elements, patterns and processes, and providing better quality habitat for indigenous birds and invertebrates. At that point, I wonder if I could share screens with everyone, because we recently completed our potential ecosystem mapping of Otago. That's been submitted to the Regional Council as a draft. It'll get peer reviewed, but it's reasonably complete. And I could show you what that mapping looks like in and around the Cane Road site.
Yes, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
So here I've got, I guess there's 4 dominant colours here. The blue is the Clutha River, outlined as red, and red is the Quail Terraces site. Yellow is a Kānuka shrub and tree land. And I've mapped that on more recent alluvial terraces of the Clutha River, but on the better quality terraces, this kind of bluish shade, that's where I've mapped a podocarp broadleaf forest. So it's known as Matai broadleaf forest. And that would have had a similar composition as I've outlined in my evidence.
Sorry, sorry, Dr. Lloyd. Can you just explain to me again what these maps are?
This is a map of potential natural vegetation across Otago region. So it's a map of what would have occurred if there had been no human settlement of New Zealand.
And perhaps who commissioned that work, Dr. Lloyd?
The Otago Regional Council commissioned it, and it's been done for a number of other regions in New Zealand. One other point, the ecosystems follow a national classification of New Zealand's Indigenous ecosystems, and that was done by Nick Singers and Jeff Rogers in 2014. So where our mapping shows codes such as CLF 13, TI2, and those names, they come directly out of that classification of New Zealand's Indigenous vegetation.
Okay, and this is in draft form at the moment, is that correct, Dr. Lloyd?
Correct, it will be peer reviewed, but it's a completed draft.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. Carry on.
The only other thing I was going to show is this light green unit, and that is a cliff unit, so it's got a CL prefix. That is the unit that would have occurred on the terrace rises of the glacial landforms around this area. And I also mapped Kānuka shrubland on these high terraces, which are glacial terraces. They have a different texture than the alluvial terraces, where I would have mapped the podocarp broadleaf forest. These would have been very dry on their margins due to the glacial till providing very free draining soil.
So am I seeing correctly on this that you are saying that where there is Kanuka that we saw on our site visit, that historically would actually have been a dry broadleaf forest?
Yes, in places, yeah. If I turn this layer off, you can see there's Kanuka here. If I turn that layer on again, that would have been a taller forest, in my opinion, in the past.
And also the area to the south of the site, to the south east.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are we able to get a screenshot of this for our memories? With a legend telling us what they are?
Yes, I can help with that.
Yeah, thank
It
you.
would be helpful.
Okay.
So I'll stop that share now.
Yes.
The remainder of my executive summary was on proposed conditions. So that if consent is granted for the subdivision activity, conditions should be imposed to ensure an appropriate management framework for the planting, ensure radiata pine and Douglas fir trees are removed, ensure North Island kowhai is removed from the site, prohibit the planting of highly invasive species, and monitor the outcomes of planting at the site. If there are any further questions, I'll be happy to respond to those.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lloyd. Just a couple of questions. Firstly, just going back to paragraph 18A. So is it your understanding that the ecological restoration that's proposed, the planting that's proposed, will end up being roughly a hectare in area in total? Is that what you're saying in that paragraph? You say it would see at least a hectare of the Australian forest ultimately develop on the site.
Yeah, I've looked at the areas that the landscape assessment has, or the landscape plan has, as a mixed forest. So it's mainly that taller forest that I'm saying there looks to be at least a hectare of that proposed for the site. So I'm not including the shorter stature shrubland areas, but that's the taller forest.
Okay. And would, if there was, I mean, what would your expectation be for, I guess over time, and I'd be interested in your view of time, but if nothing happened on the surrounding area, what sort of, I guess, Indigenous recolonisation of the area would you expect to see, and over what kind of time frame? If there was no planting on the site, or the surrounding, or like I guess extending out into that green area that was on your previous plan.
Sorry, I'm not quite clear what your question is. Could you?
I guess you've got roughly a hectare of planting. We'll take what in the normal course of ecology. What would the spread of that be like over the surrounding landform? In other words, or would it just stay within the planted areas, or would you expect that over time to encourage sort of, I guess, a return of Indigenous biodiversity in the surrounding area? And if so, over what sort of time frame?
Yeah, I would think it would provide seed sources for colonisation of the surrounding landscape, particularly on the conservation land, because there's no sort of process that's going to remove anything that does colonise. One of the factors that limits the current development, further development of those areas that are currently vegetated in Kānuka as seed sources, but another influence is things like rabbit browse.
Yes.
So in terms of time frames, firstly, the trees that are planted have got to mature. And I would say most of the trees after 10 to 15 years, they'll be producing seeds, and then those are available to disperse. Then they've got to find safe habitats. And when there's a pervasive rabbit browsing effect, that might be rocky areas or thickets of scrub, places where rabbit browse won't occur. And so then you'd start to get regeneration in those places. And yeah, they're going to take time in turn to become mature trees. So we're talking about a decades time frame process, and it would be quite patchy initially.
Yes.
And then just slow expansion, I guess, but over many decades.
Right. And oh, actually, funny, I was going to ask you about rabbit and the other predator control, because I think you mentioned that, not sure that was in the summary, but might have been in your original evidence. I think you did say that rabbit control would be necessary. And then when we were on site, actually, it looked as if the actual site had been rabbit proofed, but I wasn't entirely sure. It did look, I don't know whether you noticed that on your site visit and can comment on the fencing that's currently on site.
Yeah, I didn't have a detailed look at the fencing, but even when high quality rabbit proof fencing goes up, if it's a large area, you're probably still going to get rabbits reinfesting it occasionally, and those will need to be controlled.
Right. And are you aware as to whether there are any conditions or anything in the plan that would provide for that?
Well, if there are conditions relating to the survival and growth of the planted trees, that would be all that's needed, because if there are rabbits there in significant numbers, you just won't achieve success with the planting. So I think that the planting outcomes would integrate any other kinds of effects on those plantings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lloyd, in the context of your map of potential natural vegetation and what we're actually seeing on site or on the immediately adjacent side, which to my eye was mainly Kānuka and there wasn't much else there, but there may be. Is it appropriate that you're planting this mix of trees on this isolated site?
I think it's entirely appropriate. It's something I've been advocating with a range of clients in the Hawea Basin to do this. And you can see that those species, when they are planted, do fine there. When you look at the plants and trees that are planted around the current residents, there's no real limitation to their growth. And I've seen that in other places where species such as lowland ribbonwood, which is starting to be used more in mixes, it's growing very well in this area. And that is further evidence to me that Kānuka forest wasn't the dominant vegetation on the more productive sites. It's been able to expand out of its less productive sites when the more productive sites have been deforested. And also Kānuka can regenerate under grazing and rabbit browse. It's not particularly palatable.
Right. Okay. I think Commissioner Taylor asked this of Miss Baker Galloway, and she deferred to yourself and to Miss Stevens. How significant is this, and what is going to happen to the rest of the site? Obviously, you've just given evidence to Commissioner Taylor that it's decades before we really see any regeneration outside of the immediately planted area. What can we expect for the rest of this site when I look at the landscape plan?
Well, because the site sits on land environments that have, got a very small proportion of their original cover remaining, most ecologists would say any woody vegetation, woody indigenous vegetation on those landforms is significant. And that's what I've concluded in my evidence. So even those two very small areas of Kānuka, they warrant protection in my view, and they would for most ecologists because they're indigenous woody vegetation on threatened land environments. And so if a hectare of diverse indigenous vegetation is going to be planted on one of those environments anywhere in New Zealand, that's going to be enormously positive.
Right.
And that's large enough to have significant ecological functioning in terms of the amount of habitat it provides for birds and invertebrates, for example.
Right. Okay, that's really clear. When I'm looking at the landscape plan, I'm not sure whether you've got it in front of you, figure 8, and I'm looking at the March 2020 version, which I think is the most up-to-date one.
Yes, I've got the version in the applicant's pre-circulated evidence.
So the you talked about the higher forest, which is the area you're counting as the 1 hectare.
Yes.
Is Kānuka woodland and the mixed tree shrub mix in the legend? Is that those the area?
It's really just the mixed tree shrub mix I counted, and I've just estimated that.
Right.
It's being at least a hectare. So the Kānuka is also a forest type that would be additional to that.
Okay. So that's really these 3 strips and some bits around the boundaries.
Yes.
Pretty much on each boundary, each internal boundary. Okay.
And they've been located in the swales where there'll be, better prospects for survival and growth as well.
Yes. What kind of height would we expect from that mix?
Ultimate height, like?
Well, in 10 years?
In 10 years, I've written in my evidence that I'd expect some species like lowland ribbonwood and cabbage tree to get to 4 or 5 meters tall in 10 years. For most of the other forest species, they could be 3 meters tall, 3 to 4 meters tall.
Okay.
And Dr. Lloyd, is this irrigation dependent, or what difference does that make?
That would probably make them grow faster. I'm thinking of trees that are planted and left to their own devices when I give those predictions.
Right. And is it the intention to irrigate? I'm sorry, I should know the answer to that. I can't recall seeing that anywhere. There was some discussion.
I thought
irrigation.
they were going to be irrigated.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not clear on that, but Anne may be able to be more clear on that.
Yeah. And when you talk at paragraph 18b about showcasing the diversity of Indigenous trees, I assume you're simply saying we can prove that it can be done to the rest of the basin.
Yes, I think there is this perception that Kānuka was the dominant vegetation everywhere. And I think it will show what can be done when other trees, native trees, are planted. They'll get used more in landscaping mixes and so on, and they'll be used more in ecological restoration processes. So being located beside a very public road, I think, is quite positive for that.
Okay. I'm just looking at your paragraph 20 where you've got your proposed conditions, and I think you have them in your main evidence as well.
Yes.
but they're not actually set out. So they just say they should address certain matters. Mr. Dent has conditions attached to his evidence. Have you looked at those?
I haven't looked at those in detail, sorry. I can do though.
They're in Appendix B, which is on page 99 of the applicant's evidence. I'm just interested as to whether they're achieving what you have intended them to achieve.
Sorry, I'm just struggling to find that appendix. Here it is.
Yes.
That's the one I was looking
Yes, and I am not sure.
for. Yeah.
Firstly, I note there's an environmental management plan.
Yes, I think that's probably earthworks. I'm not sure.
Right.
Yes, that's council earthworks. I think that the conditions are starting at lands. Sorry, I'm struggling to find the numbers as well. 19 from L onwards, I think. And then probably on the next page.
Design. It says landscape.
So under the landscaping,
Yes, I think they're under there somewhere.
so there's reference to eco-sourcing, which is positive. The conditions reference that landscape plan.
Sorry, which condition are you at? You at O?
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
And P.
So that's sourcing, composition and spacing.
Yep.
Site preparation covered by that as well. Maintain. I think possibly you could just have a look at these and advise once you've had a moment to look at them, possibly after we've heard from Ms. Stevens, whether you consider that these conditions are achieving what you are intending them to achieve.
Sure.
Would that be rather than us going through them right now?
Yeah,
That would be
painful.
Yeah, it is. Yes. Thank you. Now I have one more question for you. In terms of, you've said that this is a threatened, sorry, I should get the right word. A threatened land environment. What threatened species are there here, or are you reintroducing? I understand Kanuka is a threatened species. Are there any others?
Yes, I think the threatened environment classification isn't about threatened species, but having said that, there are some threatened species proposed in that landscape plan. So Kanuka or most Myrtaceae now have a threat ranking. Hebe cuprosaudes is in that mix. That's a nationally threatened species of dryland habitats. That would be more the
Sorry, Hebe
shrub mix.
Yes, I can see Hebe salicifolia.
Oh, the one I'm referring to could be known as Leona Hebe now, Leona Hebe cuprosaudes. I'm fairly confident it was there somewhere.
I'm just looking.
Yes, it is. It's on the variegating shrubbery mix number 2.
Oh, right. Yes, Leona Hebe, right. Yep.
Native broom, which is described, that would probably be the one we call desert broom, or Carmichaelia petrii. That's an at-risk species. But when we're talking about things like lowland ribbonwood and broadleaf and corfire and lancewood, like none of them have national threat rankings, but they're all scarce in this area. So they're all what I'd call locally uncommon species, and so highly desirable to have them planted.
Okay. And when you're looking at those conditions, Dr. Lloyd, could you particularly also look at whether there's sufficient protection from invasive species or other exotics being planted in the curtilage areas? Because that's obviously an issue that you raise. And that was my next question for
Yeah.
you.
I was going to ask that one as well.
Okay, we will come back to you probably after
Yeah.
Ms. Stevens, if that's acceptable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baker Galloway. I think we can move on to your next, unless you have any more.
No, thank you, Dr. Lloyd.
Thank you. So Ms. Stephen will be our next witness, and she's prepared a separate summary that she'll take you to that was provided this morning.
Okay, we're just going to take a 2-minute moment while Commissioner Taylor picks hers off the printer.
Yeah, very good. Just while we do that, when Dr. Lloyd is looking at the conditions, there's conditions in both the subdivision and the land use consent on landscaping. So as well as the conditions you were looking at, which is the land use consent, in the subdivision consent, if you go to page 116 of the council's bundle, there's a set of conditions again. Now, presumably they duplicate each other, but just make sure, Dr. Lloyd, you look at both of those sets of conditions.
Right. Right, thank you.
Great, okay. Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Good morning. Am I coming through loud and clear?
You are?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. I hope you like my background. Hang on, that way.
Pretty cool.
I think it's the cover of the old district plan myself.
Right. Okay, so there's quite a lot of evidence of mine for you to go through. There's the original report and all the attachments, including 61 photo views and an appendix. So that is part of my evidence. And then there was my rebuttal to the council landscape architect, I think about a 4-page document that was submitted, and then my evidence brief itself with a couple of attachments. So hope you've got all that to hand in case we need it. No doubt we will. And then for today, this morning, I've just prepared sort of a summary, an oral summary, but of course I had to type it in order to do it. So you have it to hand as well, but I'll read through it. I presume that's what you'd like me to do?
Yes, please.
Great. Okay. So I'm starting with the existing site in the landscape context. In part 3, I explain what I consider, this is part 3 of my report, my original report. I explain what I consider to be the landscape context for this proposal and map it on figures 4 and 5 in my attachments to that report. So this is the landscape which is assessed when considering the effects of the proposal.
Can you just wait 1 moment while we get that in front of us?
I think either figure 4 or figure 5 show with a dashed orange line what I consider to be the context.
Do you have a page number in the council's bundle of applications notified for us?
It's not in the agenda because that's only my evidence brief. It's in the original application.
Yeah.
I don't know what page number that is. I'm sorry.
Figure 4 is on
Figure
page.
4. Is it 381?
Yes, 381. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so when you're talking about assessing effects on landscape, that orange dashed area is the landscape. The site, or the site and its immediate surrounds, where inevitably there is an obvious change in the landscape, is an inappropriate scale for assessment. The landscape characterization process resulting in the landscape character areas that I described in part 3.7 of my report and shown on figure 5, which is just the next one, is a way of coming to grips with how the landscape is put together, and that obviously includes ONL and RCL areas. This assists the assessment. Referring to my figure 5, the site is located within landscape area B, which is more modified with more cultural elements, patterns and processes, and is more visually complex. In part 4, page 19 of my report, and part 7.2.1, page 31, I identify the particular elements and qualities that underlie the outstanding status of this part of the Clutha River corridor. It is relevant to note that open character, which is essentially low stature vegetation, mainly grassland, per se is not a key value, except along the true left scarp. And if you actually look at my virtual background, I'll keep other way, got to go the other way. You can see how that grassland is important for that left scarp and always has been.
Is that just above your shoulder then, when you were leaning?
Yeah, under the airport wing, aircraft wing strut.
Yeah.
Sort of, oh, I can't show you. No, it's not going to work. Yeah, where it's that shadow and light effect.
Yeah.
The site has almost none of these elements or qualities, as it is totally modified, with virtually no naturally occurring vegetation. It is anomalous in character. So you asked earlier about my references to anomaly. I did check on page 21 of my landscape report. I said the site is completely modified and open with little in the way of habitat value and is a striking anomaly in terms of vegetation and land use. So I wasn't referring to the dwelling. So the way Ms. Close used it is a different context. I was referring to the site as a whole being an anomaly. And it's obvious when you look at Google Earth that it is an anomaly. At least it was until the last few years. There are now other areas which intrude upon that natural landscape as well, upriver, in the same way. It is anomalous in character. It does include a small and less distinctive part of the sweeping river terrace landform. So that's really the only quality or element, if you like, that the site possesses that is part of the outstandingness, and that is the actual landform. But it's such a small site, and the landforms in that particular part aren't the most distinctive or remarkable ones. Rather, it has elements and qualities that detract from the ONL around it. The character of the site contrasts abruptly with its surrounds with a rigid linear edge. This may become a stronger effect as revegetation proceeds all around it. It is surrounded by public conservation land, which I call PCL, with regeneration Carnacle woodland. Oh, sorry, I'll get rid of that. That shouldn't be happening. Can't help that, sorry. The mature pines impede views and are a wilding source and lose amenity value as they become over mature. Future permitted land uses, such as linear shelter belt planting of exotic trees and ongoing intensive agricultural use, will not contribute to ONL value. I draw your attention to what has happened just upstream of the site. I'll just figure out how I can turn that off. I'm not sure how I can turn that off. Oh, well, we'll just have to hope they don't ring again. My phone's turned off, so it shouldn't be happening. So just going back to, permitted land uses, I draw your attention to what has happened just upstream of the site on the Cooper property, where large-scale intensive agricultural development has significantly adversely affected the natural character, visual coherence and integrity and openness of the ONL as permitted activities.
Ms. Stevens, can you indicate where that is? We have figure 5 in front of us. Is it within landscape area or land classification area B? Or? Well,
if you refer to my brief of evidence, so that's in the pre-circulated agenda of evidence, and that will, there's a map attached to it, a Google Earth view. Now that is page, go to the screen. I'll find the right page. It's at the end of my brief of evidence.
I think it might be on page 194. Is that the one?
Yes, there is one on 194.
You can probably find it quicker than I can. So at the end of my landscape evidence, going to the end there, after the planting pictures, there should be an A3 plan, yes, page 196.
196 in ours is figure 8.
No, this is the applicant's pre-circulated evidence.
Yes.
Doesn't have a figure number, sorry. It's just page 196.
This is 194 in ours. Is this the one?
Yep.
Okay.
That's correct. So you see in that image with the arrows pointing to areas of recent intensive agricultural development.
Right.
So that just shows what can happen as a permitted activity, even though it has huge ramifications for the natural landscape. If you go along there now, there's 2-metre high deer fencing, there's pivot irrigators, and I guess before too long there'll be herds of dairy cows. Another key factor about the context is that the site is within and part of an existing long-established node of human activity and cultural land uses centred around first the historic punt ferry and then the Red Bridge. Transport corridors, alluvial gold mining and gravel extraction, roadworks depot and hard fill dump site, car parking, recreational activity, residential use, and recently overnight camping use. Mining and roadworks depot have ceased, but the other activities continue and will most likely increase in intensity and scale. Another element that is very likely to become obvious on the land surrounding the site is the restoration of a more diverse native woody vegetation cover, including the slow regeneration of Carnacle woodland over the PCL. It is relevant to keep in mind that exotic tree planting in linear shelter belts or roadside hedges is a permitted activity on this site. Boundary planting was shown on the approved landscape plans for this site. Such planting would not contribute in any way to the outstanding qualities of the ONL and could prevent any views across the site of the ONL. Assessment findings. The first assessment task is to describe visibility in order to assess effects on the enjoyment of views of natural landscape, on the sense of openness and visual amenity generally. The proposed development would be visible from a wide range of viewpoints as shown on my figure 6, attached to my report, and described in my appendix 7. And the visibility would range from visually dominant to prominent at close range, highly or moderately visible with more distance, to low visibility from number of viewpoints due to distance and intervening vegetation. So that was the raw visibility of the whole building platform as the worst case scenario, if you like, or the initial impact. But you must bear in mind that any future building on those building platforms can only occupy 60% of the platform. In many public views, the Kānaka-clad PCL lies in between, restricting visibility. And whilst I repeat that this is not relied upon, the reality is that the Kānaka will slowly continue to grow in height and density. The removal of pines on the site, and most likely in the near future on the PCL, would on the other hand remove existing screening in some views. Planting on the Red Bridge Reserve and the Willow Ridge sites in the future will also affect visibility of the site, limiting it further. There are no views from the Clutha River or its banks. There are no views from the Newcastle Trail. So that's the true left trail from Albert Town, Hawea River, down to Cane Road. Except from the last 150 metres and only approaching the site. Obviously, if you're going away from the site, that's not in your view. And as you're approaching over those last 150 metres, you're also looking at Cane Road and the Willow Ridge site and the car park itself. And visibility is limited from the most frequented parts of the PCL generally, within the context. And most of those views are only of lot 3. And the visibility in those views is moderate at worst, often low, often negligible. And this is due to the intervening Kānaka. Visibility from State Highway 8 and the Red Bridge Reserve is also limited. It's also mostly of only lot 3, moderate where the views are elevated to low where the viewpoints are at the same level. And this is also likely to reduce over time regardless of what happens on the site due to the Willow Ridge, Red Bridge Reserve and PCL vegetation. So that's the new proposed planting over time and natural regeneration. There are no relevant views from private dwellings. Once the proposed planting is reasonably mature, which would be achieved in 7 to 10 years, it is expected visibility would be low to nil in almost all views. Maybe some moderate visibility from Cane Road. The planting itself would become the most visible aspect of the site. I am confident that adequate height and density of vegetation can be achieved in that time, based on my observations of numerous plantings over the years around the Upper Clutha Basin, providing the plantings are given adequate care in planting and after planting, such as mulching, weed control, and watering. I also do not see any special reason to achieve the vegetative screening within a shorter time frame than normal. And I attach at the back of my brief of evidence some examples that I have seen of good vegetation growth within those sorts of timeframes, and some of them are even faster. It's amazing how quickly some of these plantings are growing. Many views are mainly of the site. These are not views of natural landscape. The site is completely modified with a low degree of natural character. Such views from the northwest, west, and southwest also include the non-natural elements of Cane Road, State Highway 8, and the degraded Red Bridge Reserve. Views further away from the site, where more of the PCL comprises the view, are the views of more natural landscape. Visibility of the site in those views is limited. In part 7.1 on page 27 of my report, I gave 4 reasons why I think the proposals would have no more than a moderate adverse effect on views of natural landscape. Many of the views are not actually of natural landscape, as I've just described. The main viewpoint within PCL is only from the end section of the Newcastle Trail, a view that also contains the car park, Cane Road, and the Willow Ridge side. It is within an existing long-established node of culturally influenced landscape captured within the ONL. When enjoying the natural landscape of PCL on moving away from the site, the influence of the site along with State Highway 8 and Cane Road quickly diminishes. And as Kānaka regenerates, this effect will increase. And that's from my own personal experience, having visited the area quite often. In time, it is the planting that would be the main element that is visible. And in my view, this would enhance natural views more than open paddocks under a crop monoculture with linear shelter belts of exotic trees. The existing development would also be better screened, and there would be certainty the pines would be removed within a short time frame, including the 18 on the road reserve. I think that's quite an important point to remember, is that when you go through a process like this, and if consent is granted, you have certainty that that planting will occur if the resource consent's implemented. Whereas if there wasn't a development proposal, the applicant may choose to remove the pines, or he may choose to do the native planting, but there is absolutely no certainty and no compulsion that that will occur. So I think that's something positive to bear in mind. With respect to natural landscape character, the proposals would enhance natural character and would enable the site to contribute to outstandingness. The site would have a more substantial indigenous component of naturally occurring species. Vegetation patterns on the site would be more natural. The rigid boundaries and abrupt contrast in character would be softened, improving overall landscape coherence, and the site would fit better into its ONL surround. The wilding source pines would be removed, ecologically the site would have greater value. With respect to landscape character, views of natural landscape and in an ecological sense, I am firmly of the view that this site is able to absorb the proposed development. I accept that this is heavily reliant on the success of the proposed planting. This is not unusual, however. The site is within an expansive open landscape, particularly as seen from Cane Road, State Highway 8 and the Redbridge Reserve once the pines are removed. Until the proposed planting is high enough to screen buildings and curtilage, there would be an adverse effect on open space values that is more than minor in my opinion, and significant from Cane Road. As the vegetation grows, the visual influence of the built form would lessen and become inconsequential eventually, so that the degree of adversity reduces to less than minor to negligible. This is also because the development is occurring within and does not extend an existing node of development, taking into account the Willow Ridge development. At the scale of the landscape context, this is clustering 9 dwellings, as well as the Redbridge Reserve development, highway intersection and Redbridge, all within 55 hectares, within a context of around 950 hectares. The openness of the landscape at this scale is not affected. The site is located within a part of the landscape context that is least sensitive to change. Ms. McPherson and I concur that the site does not have elements and attributes that contribute to the ONL. It is also worth remembering at this point that the site is surrounded by public conservation or reserve or covenanted land on the Willow Ridge site, and this effectively precludes any development occurring beyond the site. In this sense, the proposed development is strongly contained. Regarding open character, I do not consider the proposal to have adverse effect, given a woody vegetation cover is the naturally occurring vegetation type for this landscape, and the PCL is characterised by regenerating carnicle woodland, one of the elements that contributes to the outstandingness of the landscape. Low stature vegetation, such as grassland, enhances legibility of landforms. In some landscapes, this is very important for outstandingness. In this case, the notched scarp on the true left of the river upstream of the site. Where woody vegetation is the naturally occurring vegetation in an ONL, however, there is no reason I'm aware of per se to elevate open character over woodiness as the key character attribute for outstandingness. I accept that in some cases, there is ecological tension between protecting threatened species in low stature communities and allowing natural regeneration. And you'll have to explore that further with Mr. Lloyd if you need to. Ms. McPherson and Ms. Clowes expressed concern that the new planting was not in keeping with the existing character. In my view, limiting new planting to the level of diversity of existing planting, which in this case is rather poor, for the sake of perpetuating the existing visual character is flawed and undermines efforts to enhance landscape value and improve biodiversity. It also reflects an untested assumption that the existing landscape character is the optimum one. The planting along the road boundary will, when mature, impede views into the site. This is not an adverse effect in my view, however. The site itself does not express any ONL values. The vegetation would be of visual interest and amenity in itself. The effect is similar to that of Carnica regenerating alongside the road on PCL, and there will still be opportunities for views over the site in places. The removal of the tall pines will open up views as well of the backdrop scarps and mountains. Moreover, planting is a permitted activity, and until recently, there were exotic conifers planted along most of the frontage, the southern section having been removed in 2018. In conclusion, it is my opinion that in time there would be an overall positive cumulative effect of improved natural character and ecological values, improved legibility and visual coherence, and in my view, improved visual amenity values. I conclude that the proposals would enable the site to actively contribute to the outstanding landscape qualities, rather than continuing to stand apart and detract from the qualities. I do not consider the increase in density of residential use to result in a case of over-domestication, I do not consider the change in the open character to be an adverse effect. Happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you. Right, let me just get myself organised here. I'm just trying through the notes. So, Ms. Stephen, thank you for your evidence. At paragraph 18, you talk about enhancing the natural character and enabling the site to contribute to outstandingness. And you say the site would have a more substantial Indigenous component of naturally occurring species. Vegetation patterns on the site would be more natural. And I suppose getting back to the question I asked Ms. Baker Galloway is, you know, on the planting plan, there are, I guess, the planting is clustered mainly around the boundary with some internal planting. And we heard from Dr. Lloyd that this is roughly about a hectare, possibly a little bit more counting the existing kānuka. So I'm just wondering, what is the balance of the site? What is going to be the use of that? How is that? Because there's nothing that I've seen as to what the balance, and there's quite a lot. I mean, we're talking about a roughly 12 hectare block of land, of which, you know, roughly say 1 to 2 hectares will be planted. How can you please explain how that is going to enhance the vegetation patterns over the site so that the whole site will be more natural?
Well, the vegetation pattern picks up on the natural topography. So the areas, as Mr. Lloyd said, of the broadleaf tree shrub mix are in the swales.
Yes.
So they pick up on that. If you look at the, I think it's figure 2 or figure 3 of my attachments to my report, it shows the landform patterns and indicates a number of swales that run mainly sort of northwest to southeast across the site. So we're picking up those and picking up small ridges as well. So the vegetation pattern has been designed to follow that rather sinuous linear landform pattern.
Sorry, where's figure 2? So
Figure 2 to my original report, and that where you got figure 4 and 5 from. So that was attachment A.
Original report.
Figure 1, figure 2. Figure 2 is a brownie one like this.
Yes, might be the next one. Let me just look. Yeah, figure 2, that's correct. Yep. So you can see there's some bluey green swales that run through from the river through the site to Cane Road. So we're picking up those and using those to locate the tree shrub mixes. We also have the existing Kānuka patch, such as it is, to link in. And then, as you say, the remainder is around the boundaries. It's rather an unfortunate shaped site as far as that goes, but that's an existing layout that we have to work with.
Right, so what is proposed for the balance of the site? Is that going to continue to be cropped, or is that going to be left to regenerate, or do you have any?
No, there's no direction from the client as to any particular controls over those open areas. They will just continue to be used as permitted under a rural general ONL zoning. So I assume ongoing pastoral use, maybe horticultural crops, maybe vineyard, who knows? It's up to the future owners within the permitted activity that you normally expect on a rural property.
Right. And
they could equally choose to plant it all out in natives.
yes.
Who knows?
I suppose it gets back to how much weight is to be given to the ecological restoration when we're talking about, say, 1 to 2 hectares of a 12 hectares site, and the rest of it will continue potentially. I mean, as you say, they could well let it regenerate. but potentially the rest is either in residential use with curtilage areas, or potentially other farming and other permitted uses on that land. So I guess I'm just interested in exploring how we assess the value of the ecological restoration as a positive effect in that circumstance.
I think you'd have to rely on the evidence of Dr. Lloyd for that, because it is an ecological matter. And from my hearing what he had to say this morning, all I can say is that, yes, it's significant. Obviously, the more you plant, the greater the area, the greater the significance. But in my view, planting at this scale, 16,000 plus trees and shrubs, is a lot of plants, given the paucity of diversity in this area, and also given the wider context of the, no doubt, tens of thousands of plants to go into the Willow Ridge site and also into the Red Bridge site. The ultimate goal there under the approved concept is to plant thousands of native trees and shrubs as well. So when you start putting all this together, given the huge challenge in front to try and restore these terribly degraded landscapes, as Dr. Lloyd said, even a small amount of planting is significant when it's of the right species, and it's properly looked after and becomes, it has more values just than the ecological value. It becomes a showpiece of what could be there. It can be done with the right care. This is what it looks like. In my view, it has higher visual amenity values than just simple Kānaka. So all I can say is I consider it to be significant if it's successful, and there's no reason to think that it won't be. But when you combine it with the other planting, then the overall impact is going to be quite a significant change in the way this area is going to look in terms of its vegetative character.
Thank you. So just turning now to the cumulative effect and the node. And so I understand your evidence around the node, but I guess I'm interested in, you know, at what point does the environment or the landscape become unable to absorb any more residential development? Because I mean, for example, this would increase the numbers to, I think, nine dwellings. But I mean, at what point do you think the threshold for residential development would be reached? Because it seems to be a very finely balanced sort of view.
Well, I think it has to be considered in the context of what else is offered with that residential development. And in this case, it's substantial planting. If more houses were proposed in the future, and of course they can be considered on their own merits, whether it's on the Willow Ridge site or this site, if there was even more planting proposed, maybe that would be considered of merit. I can't really say how it would be assessed in the future without knowing what context it's proposed in. We've agreed, the landscape architects are agreed that the open parts of the site don't contribute to ONL. So perhaps there's no merit in placing emphasis on retaining that kind of landscape by preventing further building or further and with planting. But as I said in my introduction, this particular site is actually very constrained. It can't go any further because it's surrounded by public land and a road and a site that's already got covenants on it. So there's very limited opportunity for any further development now because of that constraint. And it's the same on the other side of the river. It's mostly conservation land and reserve along the river. There's no room for any further expansion on that side either. So it's a very hypothetical question. And to be honest, there's not a lot of opportunity for, certainly no opportunity for expansion. The only opportunity might be some consolidation within the existing.
Yeah, I suppose it wasn't so much. I was really, I suppose, trying to explore how you have reached the view that 9 is not exceeding the threshold in this area, as opposed to, and so I was testing that. Well, would there be, you know, any more? But I mean, why is 9 appropriate? You know, 2 more residential units in this area. Why is that? And I think you've answered it in the sense that it's actually balanced out by the additional planting. Is, I think, if I heard you correctly, that because of the planting that's been offered and the benefits to that in terms of restoring this part of the OL now, then 2 more dwellings is not going to exceed a threshold. Is that your argument?
Well, it's starting from the position of the client wanting to put two buildings on, and the initial point is, well, that may not be appropriate, but let's go through an assessment process and work out how they could be appropriate. And of course, that's where the design comes into it, that you bear those assessment matters in mind, and you're constantly asking yourself, how can it be appropriate if it is to be appropriate? And it may be that after all that assessment, you may have to go back to your client and say, look, it's just not appropriate. But in this case, I think that it is, having gone through quite comprehensively a visual analysis, and that is part of it as well. Is it possible to reduce the visibility of these developments to the point where it doesn't dominate, it doesn't intrude, doesn't affect your enjoyment of the area? Is this possible? And I believe that it is. And at the same time, there's a lot more planting that's actually required just for screening. You're also achieving a lot in terms of restoring the ecological values of the area and trying to address the stark character of the site being anomalous in its surroundings. So you're trying to address more than just the actual domestication side of it. And I think this proposal will do those things. And that's why I come to the conclusion that the 2 building platforms and the associated development, which is restricted in itself through curtilage controls and the other design controls, will be appropriate and acceptable in this landscape. And in fact, the whole proposal can contribute to ONL rather than not contributing at all.
Right. Thank you. Go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, so maybe just following on from that, Commissioner Taylor asked you how significant the planting was, and you deferred to Dr. Lloyd in terms of ecology, and I take Dr. Lloyd's evidence on board of that regard. You've also said that this site is currently an anomaly, and I think you've also said that the addition of 2 residential building platforms with future dwellings is offset, in your view, by the vegetative planting that's proposed. I guess my question to you is this sufficient vegetative planting to lift this site with 2 extra future dwellings out of that anomaly status and make it a contributor to the landscape? Because I guess the question that Commissioner Taylor asked you about that land, which has no designated planting on it at the moment, and that being quite large areas, it appears to me that anomaly will remain.
It will to some extent, but it won't be as bad as it is at the moment. Or as stark, I should say, not as bad. And I think the approach to take is what is necessary to appropriately mitigate or adequately mitigate the effects to the point where it's not inappropriate. You can choose to go beyond that if you wish, but in this case, on my advice to the client, I said, this is what I believe is enough to adequately mitigate. And that's as far as we go. Other clients may choose to go much further.
So what you're saying is this is enough to adequately mitigate it. So this keeps you at a similar level as we are currently.
No, I think it improves, doesn't maintain the landscape character as it is now, or even the amenity. In my opinion, this will actually improve or increase natural character. It will increase visual coherence, and it will improve visual amenity. So it's not even maintaining, it is actually enhancing. And certainly as far as ecological value goes, that is definitely enhanced.
Yes, I kind of want to understand for you about the landscape value.
Well, it's very much tied up with ecological value. So if the ecological value is significantly enhanced, it's a corollary that landscape value is enhanced as well.
Can you explain that to me?
The value of landscape is tied up in a number of things. It's the pure visual appearance, but it's also the health of the landscape, the diversity, the biological richness. A more rich landscape and a more correctly rich landscape with the right species will have higher landscape value than one that doesn't. Particularly when you're talking about outstanding natural landscape.
Yes, I understand that point. I guess from a visual amenity point of view, it doesn't do. I suppose what I'm saying is that the ecological values are significantly improved by fairly small patches, whereas the landscape values take a lot more to improve them, the visual amenity values.
Well, in this case, I think there's quite a substantial amount of planting that's being proposed. That's going to have a significant visual amenity effect. It's not just little pockets around a house, it's hundreds of meters worth of planting along the fence lines, through the swales, 16,000 plants. That's quite a lot of plants, actually. And it will change the character of that site quite a lot, quite markedly.
Right, okay. What if you were advising your client, what would you have, the remainder of the land, what would you have done with it from a landscape point of view?
Well, you'd have to discuss it with the client and find out what their aspirations were. And it may be that some of their aspirations might be quite exciting in terms of how it fits into the landscape. Obviously, if they wanted to restore it into native vegetation, with my own personal proclivities, I would have been over the moon. But no, that's really up to the client within the permitted activity regime, what they choose to do with their own land, even in an ONL. I guess
at this point we're looking at a subdivision, and those are one of the matters we can look at. So I am wanting to look at that. I'm wanting to understand what's going to happen there. So maybe that will be a question that Ms. Baker-Galloway will have to come back to us with in her closing.
Yes, I think so. And also Mr. Dent, I think, might shed some light on possible future restrictions, if that's what you're thinking, or requirements.
I'm wanting to understand what's going to be done with it.
Right. Now you'll have to ask the client, really, the applicant.
I don't think we're hearing from the applicant. Is that correct? No, we're not.
Okay.
No, I'll see what we can let you know, though. I'll find out over the lunch break.
That would be helpful. Stephen, well, just a very quick question. In paragraph 14, you talk about mulching, weed control and watering. And I just wanting to confirm that that watering is going to be as proposed for the planted areas.
Yes, it's written into the conditions.
It's written in, thank you.
Yep. Well, the set that I have anyway.
Okay.
I think there might be 2 or 3 versions, so.
No, it's the conditions.
It was always intended that a gold star planting and plant maintenance regime would apply.
Okay.
Ms. Stevens, when we were on site, and particularly when we went to the car park for the Rico's Point Trail, so we didn't go to Rico's Point, we just went to the car park and nearby to that, and I think it was your viewpoint 34, if I remember correctly. No, maybe 31.
Okay, I've got viewpoint 31.
You're on mute, Commissioner.
That was why everybody was ignoring me.
But you're busy looking for something.
I didn't mean to be on mute. I'm just trying to understand which one is from the car park. Is it whether it's 31 or 34? But similar views. From those views, we were looking towards the site, and the existing dwelling was clearly visible. You, I think, have said in your evidence that the views of the existing dwelling are low to moderate.
And
And
view 26 or view 25.
all right, let me just go. Oh, yes, that would make sense. And obviously this view is at a different time of year, but we were there and the exotics were bright yellow and bright red. So they were quite prominent in the landscape as well. It doesn't appear to me that the landscape plan as proposed is going to do anything to enhance or mitigate views to the existing dwelling or domesticated area. Is that your view?
No, we've addressed that. If you look at attached to my brief of evidence, so you need to go to the pre-circulated evidence and go to,
Found this on the web.
I didn't ask you. Sorry, that was Siri butting in. View 25 I took, this was in response to the Thean Linwood submission. And I spent a bit of time carefully doing a visual impression of what the planting will do in terms of visibility of, they were concerned about lot 3 building, but it also shows the existing dwelling.
Yes.
And lot 2 is not visible. Have you got that image?
I have got that image, yes, we have got that image.
Yes, so the planting that's in the swale through the southwest of lot 1 is that tree shrub mix. So you're talking about trees that may be 5, 6, 7 metre high going in there. So they will have the effect of screening out a good part of the existing dwelling in that view. And in any view.
When I'm looking at that plan, those are the trees which are
mixed tree shrub mix.
Sorry, I'm looking at view 25.
Yes.
Which has 3 arrows going down. Is that the
Yes.
same one you're looking at? Okay, so that.
And you've got existing house with new band of planting shown along bank to west of house.
Yes. That's going to be in the swale, isn't it? So that's significantly lower than the existing house. Is that right?
It's partly in the swale, but also going up the bank. And then there is a grove of exotic trees proposed, which are, I've got e.g. oak, ash, Norway maple. So there's green circles on the plan in addition to the band of planting. So there's actually a lot of planting going in to the west of the house, or southwest actually.
And that planting will be high enough, because I suppose that was our view from that position, was that if it was planted in the swale, it would have to be very high to do anything for the existing house.
The swale's not that deep. It's probably 3 metres.
Yes.
So if you're planting in the swale, but you've got an 8 metre tree, that's still going to pop up above the swale. But then we're also planting on the bank as well. And then the exotic trees are on the same level as the house.
Right.
Now, the landscape plan that was approved did not have any planting to the southwest, so it was never intended to screen it from this perspective. Interestingly enough, I found that quite interesting, but it never, the planting that's there now is the planting that was required by that plan, apart from some fruit trees, but as you know, fruit trees aren't that big, so they probably wouldn't have done anything anyway.
I'm looking at that plan. The issue of the permitted baseline, which you have advised that this plan doesn't have any requirement or limitation on I think hedge planting along the boundaries, or to me it looks like it says pine trees along the boundaries, which may also not be particularly desirable, and some poplars along the boundary with the dock land. I don't really see how this could result in hedge planting.
Well, it's a terrible plan to start with, so it's actually very hard to see what was intended. And it was not prepared by a landscape architect, and prepared by the owner, who I happen to know. And it's also a plan where they literally put down everything that was there. Now, of course, nowadays you would never put pine trees on a plan that's to be approved. So it's a different context, the time that this plan was approved. And I don't think they necessarily intended all the vegetation shown on that plan to be either kept or implemented. It was more of a site inventory almost. But having said that, that is the approved plan. And looking at it, unfortunately, it's black and white. But looking at the previous plan as well, which had a faint bit of colour on it, I think they intended to plant shelter belts of poplars all around the boundary. Because there is a green line shown around the whole boundary on the previous plan. And that, as far as I could determine, meant a shelter belt. But without being able to see properly, you never know what they actually intended and what was actually approved.
No, I think it would be stretching it to say that it would be permitted to plant a hedge under this plan.
Well, it would be, because you could plant your poplars and then plant an evergreen hedge of macrocarpa on the inside. There's nothing to stop you.
Well, this plan says paddock.
Do you think that would be, I don't know if that would literally be regarded as you cannot plant anything in the paddock. A paddock can be used for whatever reason under rural general setting, as far as I would understand. I mean, we're getting slightly out of my territory here and into planning speak, so
I think it's, I might ask these questions of Mr. Dent, but I think so. Yeah, I think this heavy reliance on the permitted baseline is definitely slightly grey in this case, given we've got this landscape plan which none of us appear to be able to interpret properly. And I would be quite intrigued as to, if we were to disregard the permitted baseline, whether your views would change.
Not as far as effect on, I mean, one of the criticisms of the of Miss McPherson was the effect of planting on open character and whether the planting was in keeping. Now, obviously the species shown here are not consistent either. So that kind of is, if you insisted on all this planting, that would be even worse really in terms of the concerns she had, as well as actually open character. I mean, we're talking about poplars, which are big trees, keeping all the pine trees. There'd be a lot of enclosure by exotic species. So even, and the eucalyptus grove, that's another potentially very tall tree. Alders. So yeah, it's sort of like if you looked at this plan and insisted that all that planting be done, I think you'd be in an even worse situation than what exists now.
But that's not my question to you. My question to you is, if you cannot have your permitted baseline of planting at will, does your view change?
Let me think about that. No, because when I was referring to permitted baseline, it was planting per se. It wasn't referring to a particular planting character on the site, which is shown on this plan. It was more about the idea of planting at all. And obviously this shows a lot of planting. So we were talking about effects on open character. And my point was that if this subdivision wasn't going ahead, you'd still have the problems of, or not necessarily problems, the issues of effect on open character, because obviously here we've got a lot of shelter belt planting going in. So you've still got the same issue, whether it's any permitted planting or whether it's this particular planting. And you've also got the same issue, in fact, even worse, of not being consistent with the surrounding landscape, because it's not Karnika, it's not native species, it's not native trees, it's all exotics, apart from the bit around the house. So that was what I was referring to, in the sense that there's no compulsion or expectation that the whole site is going to remain an open lucerne paddock for the sake of maintaining open character. And as far as consistency with character goes, well, lucerne's not consistent either. I mean, it couldn't be more removed from carnicle woodland and natural vegetation patterns. So I don't think it really affects the issues at stake, whether we talk about any permitted planting or this particular framework as the approved framework.
Okay.
I just have a couple more questions, Ms. Stephen, and I'm actually referring to Ms. McPherson's evidence in the section 42A report, and of that paragraph 19, and Ms. McPherson draws our attention to the Willow Ridge Environment Court decision, and which talks about the factors that differentiate the lower terrace site from most of these, the spectacular ONF of the Clutha Valley. And they say, well, they appear to be implying that the location of the Willow Ridge site adjacent to Cane Road, but on the landward, not the riverside side of the road, was an important factor. I was just wondering, have you read the court's decision and are you able to give your views on their analysis of this particular landscape, if it was mentioned, and your views on Ms. McPherson's comments in paragraph 19?
I did read the Willow Ridge decision, and I recall reading that particular paragraph about the characteristic of the site of the 4 lots in the lee at the base of the bank. And for that application, yes, that made sense. That was one of the reasons that it was an appropriate application, was the location of the dwellings between the road and the bank. So it's sort of tucked into the edge of the landscape, if you like.
Right. So you don't place any significance on this third bullet point, where they appear to have differentiated the location of effectively, I suppose, implying that development on the landward side of Cane Road was appropriate, but not the river side.
Well, there's already development on the riverside, so kind of like you can't ignore the fact that there's already a house and a shed there.
Yes.
But in terms of further development, well, the landscape analysis for that proposal didn't go so far to ask that question because it didn't need to. Whereas my analysis started with the idea that there might be 2 extra houses on the riverside of the road. So I analysed it, of course, from that perspective and asked that question and looked at it perhaps more comprehensively than was required for the previous one. Every time you go through a fresh application in the same area, you have to inevitably do a more comprehensive analysis because there's more to think about. And in this case, the difference between that application was all it had was the existing Quail Terraces house, as well as the roads and the bridge. Even the Red Bridge Reserve at that time wasn't proposed, didn't have an approved development plan. But when I came to do my work, the Willow Ridge decision was an interim decision and it became a final decision. So that changed the context for my analysis.
Right. Thank you. The only other question just arising from Ms. McPherson's is at paragraph 31, where Ms. McPherson states there will be an intensification of residential built form and domestic use patterns, in my opinion. Although I can see that the current rural activities on the site are not part of the valued landscape qualities of the ONL, I don't consider that this supports intensification of domestic activities on the site. And then she goes on to say the overall naturalness of the broader landscape will be diminished by the proposal. I just wondered if you would like to comment on Ms. McPherson's evidence in that paragraph.
What paragraph number was it, sorry?
31.
31.
31.
Ms. McPherson.
Check it, say, settlement and land management in terms of rural living.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the note that I made in my rebuttal. I wrote, Ms. McPherson states that settlement and land management will change from rural to rural living. And my response was, it has already changed. The Quail Terrace house was established for the purpose of rural living rather than farming. And the Willow Ridge development is also for rural living. So that's what I had written in response to that particular paragraph at 31. But you said, reading it out, can you read it out again? I haven't got it to hand easily.
Sorry, it just says, although I can see that the current rural activities on the site are not part of the valued landscape qualities of the ONL, I don't consider that this supports intensification of domestic activities on the site.
Well, I would have to disagree with her opinion. As I've reiterated several times, my analysis of the landscape shows that the site exists within the node that I've described. And looking at it from that perspective, I'm quite comfortable that it is an appropriate land use combined with the other aspects of the proposal. And that, in my view, naturalness will definitely increase on the site and hopefully in the wider landscape if we get this spread of seed that Mr. Lloyd was talking about. Another matter that may also be pertinent regarding that is that when you have planting like that on a site, it may also inspire or instigate voluntary planting projects to build on what's already there. I have already got a concept plan for the Cane Road car park, for instance, which all it requires is water and some funding to actually implement. It has DOC approval. At the moment, it's a terrible site. It's an earthworks site. It's had pines on it. So we're just waiting to be able to get into that. And if you have native planting of the correct ecological design right up to the boundaries of the private site, and there are suitable habitats over the fence, it may be that in future that will give a good basis for future volunteer projects to actually extend it and give them inspiration to extend it onto the dockland. And that's already happened over the river. Although in that case, we were the ones that led the charge, and the Thean Limwoods have planted out their site now over the fence. So
now from the side into the wider surroundings.
But absolutely, thank you for your explanation of paragraph 31. So I understand that puts your response into context. So thank you.
good, thank you.
That's all my questions.
That's all my questions too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
nearly 1
we'll now take a lunch adjournment.
It's getting really late, isn't it? So should we say 1:30?
Yes. So is half an hour enough for everyone? So we'll be back at 1:30. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. We'll be back at 1:30, and then we'll hear probably first from Dr. Lloyd if he's looked at the conditions, and then who else have we got?
Then we've got Mr. Dent.
Mr. Dent. Oh yes, Mr. Dent, of course. Yes. Right. Wonderful. Okay. Cool. 1:30.
Thank you.
Okay. So my team, if you guys call that conference number, we'll have a quick chat before you have your sandwiches.
Okay.
Okay. Talk to you in a tick.
Right.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I think we're ready to continue, and we're going to go to Dr. Lloyd first about the conditions. Is that correct, Ms. Baker-Galloway?
Well, first of all, Mr. Dent is just going to point something out in respect of the versions of the conditions, and then we'll go to Dr. Lloyd.
Okay. Sounds good.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hello,
Good
Mr. Dent.
afternoon.
I was going to raise this when I read my executive summary of evidence, but in light of the question you asked of Dr. Lloyd, I thought I'd jump in here. In the original application, Appendix F contained a set of volunteered conditions. Now, between that set of volunteered conditions and Ms. Clow's recommended conditions in the Section 42A report, and subsequently the condition set I included in Appendix B of my evidence, there was a rather important omission, and I just wanted to clarify that for you. If I could take you to Appendix F of the application.
Do you have a page number for us, Mr. Dent?
No, I don't. Sorry, it's not in the agenda papers. It's in the original application.
Oh,
Yeah, you had it. You had it.
no, that's the test
Oh.
bits. No, that's, sorry, no, it must be, hang on, I've got to do that.
I found it. Yeah.
In the middle there somewhere.
Page 120 has some. I don't think that's Appendix F. Is it?
That's one.
I found some conditions, but they don't seem to be labelled Appendix F, so I'm not sure I'm looking at the right ones.
Okay, are they titled Quail Terraces Limited Volunteered Conditions of Consent?
Yes, and then there's Appendix 1 subdivision consent conditions, and then.
Yes, that's correct. So if I could take you to condition 12M.
Well, I seem to have two sets of subdivision consent conditions, which is a bit confusing, but hopefully they're identical. 12M,
Yes, the planting implementation and management thing.
a planting implementation and management plan, that one?
Yes, that's correct. So the suite of conditions in condition 12 here were intended to be applied, that they were complied with prior to Section 224 approval. And in that case, the condition should have included 12M, which requires a planting implementation and management plan to be prepared for all the planting shown on the Anne Stephen landscape concept plans. Now, there's a number of important objectives in that condition, requiring plant species to be identified either individually or as a type with species listed by their numerical proportion, outlining the planting densities and the total numbers of plants to be implemented, detailing the planting grades and the sources in the areas identified as the critical planting areas, and quite importantly to some of the questions you asked this morning, providing specifications for the site preparation, planting, irrigation for a minimum period of 7 years, mulching, rabbit and domestic stock protection. It also requires provision of the monitoring and reporting requirements. And then the subsequent conditions N and O, which are also important, require the planting on the certified subdivision landscape plan to be implemented prior to 224 certification, and also that all the wilding tree removal illustrated on that certified landscape plan to also be completed prior to 224 certification.
Okay, so in terms of your conditions in your evidence at Appendix B, we should add M in the subdivision conditions under after 11K, is that correct?
Yes, so these could be added in as 11 L, M and N.
All right, yes, you're adding all three.
And I can also suggest, if it would be of assistance, following the close of the hearing, I can either update these conditions and submit them myself, or in conjunction with Ms. Clowes as well, whatever your directions may be.
Okay, and we would also add it in the land use conditions. Where would we add it there?
It could be added in prior to registration of the building platform.
So is that 17? Yeah, so that would be 17.
Yes, 17 of the land use decision.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
So that means you've now got a complete set of conditions. That was just an oversight. So now Dr. Lloyd can comment on how those conditions address what he needs to see.
Thank you, Dr. Lloyd.
Okay, so taking into account that missed condition, that would adequately cover an appropriate management framework for the planting.
Right.
And it would also cover ensuring that radiata pine and Douglas fir trees are being removed.
Yes.
Condition 19U ensures that the North Island kowhai tree is removed from the site.
Hang on, are we on subdivision or land use consent?
Land use consents, but it's reflected also in the subdivision consent. So
Just get the right 19U. North Island kowhai, yes, okay.
And 19P reflects a monitoring of outcomes for the planting.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Then the one I think might not be totally in there is where I've suggested that there should be a prohibition of planting of highly invasive species.
Yes.
Now 19S refers to any wilding risk tree shrub species that establish being removed, but sometimes wilding establishment can be thought of as not planted. So wildings by definition are not planted trees. So it might be best to include in that sentence any wilding risk tree shrub species that are planted or which establish on the site, just for clarity, so that it covers both planted and freely invading species.
Yes, I think logically we'd have no wilding risk tree shrub that are to be planted, and because it would be rather bizarre to plant them for 2 years.
Yes, well, that current condition S goes further than that, because it says if any wildings that aren't planted invade the site in future, they also will have to be removed, and that's very positive.
Yes, I was thinking an additive though. We would have it. There shall be none shall be planted, and
Yes.
all those established shall be removed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
So those conditions then do, with that amendment, reflect what I thought should be established in paragraph 20 of my evidence.
Okay, so Q meets your 19Q meets your requirement for prevention of rabbit browse, or as you said earlier, is it simply the fact that the plants have to be maintained, which is adequate? Yes,
and that's in the condition O, which talks about the survival of plants.
Right. Okay. Monitoring. I'm just okay. Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Lloyd.
Thank you. No, that's very clear. Thank you.
Thanks.
Cool, thank you. All right, so we'll now move on to our final witness, which is Mr. Dent, and he's provided a summary that Charlie circulated this morning.
Do you have that?
I do.
Yep, we have the summary before us. Go ahead, Mr. Dent.
Thank you. In brief, the proposal seeks to subdivide the subject site into 3 lots, with 1 lot containing the existing residential unit and a building platform proposed on each of the 2 vacant lots. The proposal involves substantial but ultimately positive changes to the existing landscape character of the subject site through the removal of mature radiata pine and Douglas fir trees and the establishment of over 16,000 Indigenous trees and shrubs. The proposal has been developed such that it will integrate with and form a congruous natural character with the adjacent public conservation land, the Willow Ridge development, and future enhancement of council and public conservation land in the vicinity. I have assessed the proposal against the relevant objectives and policies of the operative and proposed district plans and regional policy statement. Generally, the proposal is consistent with the provisions relating to nature conservation and Indigenous biodiversity values, life supporting capacity of soils, transport, and subdivision. Many of the relevant provisions emphasise enhancing and restoring biodiversity and natural values. This proposal achieves the intent of these provisions, not just for mitigation, but also creating significant positive effects. Weight should be afforded to the proposal's consistency with these provisions in the overall decision as to whether it represents an appropriate subdivision. While there are inconsistencies with some relevant provisions, and there will undoubtedly be a change in the landscape character of the site, it is considered that with appropriate mitigation and enforceable conditions of consent, the permanent effects of the proposal on overall landscape character and visual amenity of the wider ONL, and not the site in isolation, will be no more than minor, and that changes in natural character will in fact be positive. In regards to the inconsistencies in the provisions and the complex situation of weighting between the ODP, PDP decisions version and the Environment Court Topic 2.2 decision, it is my opinion that the objectives and policies of ODP still hold most weight, but the PDP Council decisions version is relevant also, and I have given it some weight. I hold this opinion because the Environment Court decision on Topic 2.2 is only an interim decision and is also subject to appeal in the High Court. The PDP decisions version of Chapter 21 is also still under appeal, and no agreements have been reached at mediation, nor will be until the Topic 2.2 decision is finalised. As Ms. Baker Galloway has noted in her legal submissions, this could still be some months away. The different district plan provisions make assessment of the proposal complex. However, I do not consider that there are material differences in the outcomes sought by the provisions of the 2 plans. They both emphasise maintenance of the openness of ONLs, which have an open character at present, and to avoid subdivision and development in those parts of the ONL with little or no capacity to absorb change. I consider that additional assistance in determining the proposal's acceptability in light of the differing versions of the district plan can be obtained from consideration of the objectives and policies of the partially operative regional policy statement, which can now be afforded full weight. Specifically relevant to this proposal are the Chapter 3 provisions, including Objectives 3.1 and 3.2 and their supporting policies. In addition, a consideration of Part 2 of the Act is also relevant because while the PDP provisions are yet to be finalised, they'll be required to give effect to both the partially operative regional policy statement and Part 2 of the Act. I have undertaken an assessment of all these provisions in my primary evidence. I came to the conclusion that the proposal was generally consistent with the relevant objectives and policies of the ODP, PDP, and the partially operative regional policy statement, with the exception of those provisions which seek to protect and avoid adverse effects on openness and open character where this presently exists. While there is an inability to be consistent with those provisions that seek protection of openness and open character, Ms. Stephen has described how the openness and open character of the site itself are not important to the overall ONL values. There is also an inherent conflict with other relevant provisions that support and encourage the enhancement of ecosystem health and Indigenous biological diversity and overall environmental enhancement. I have outlined in my primary evidence that I consider this proposal is unique and exceptional as development in the ONL is required to be under the PDP provisions in Chapter 6. I have also determined that there are not significant cumulative effects or precedent effects if the proposal were to be granted consent. Having undertaken an overall assessment of the proposal, I concluded in my primary evidence that subject to imposition of my recommended conditions, the proposal will not result in adverse effects that are more than minor. Ms. Clowes and I are not in agreement in our conclusion on adverse effects. The key reasons for this difference in professional opinion is, as I understand it, due to the following. Ms. Clowes takes a different view of the existing environment and specifically does not consider the Willow Ridge decision as part of the existing environment as I have done. Ms. Clowes has concerns that the duration in which it will take planting to afford effective mitigation, and this has been resolved by a condition of consent I recommended to prohibit building until planting had established on site for a minimum period of 3 years. Also, Ms. Clowes' concern that the development would be inconsistent with the existing open character of the site, resulting in a loss of landscape character and visual amenity values. In contrast, I consider, based on the landscape evidence of Ms. Stephen, that the site itself does not contain attributes that contribute to the wider ONL's outstanding values, and the proposed planting balances the effects of domestication whilst providing significant restoration of natural character and biodiversity, such that it constitutes an appropriate subdivision in accordance with Section 6B of the Act. Since the lodgement of my primary evidence, I'm not aware of any additional expert evidence that has been lodged on behalf of the submitters. I have read the correspondence from Mr. Howarth dated 20th of March 2020 and note that I had already addressed the matter of the topic 2.2 provisions in my primary evidence. Accordingly, I stand by the conclusions reached in my primary brief of evidence, and I'm happy to answer questions from the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Dent.
Thank you, Mr. Dent. Could we go to the question that I put to Ms. Baker-Galloway after the presentation of the legal submissions, and just in relation to the relevance of the permitted baseline and the landscape plan that was consented as part of the original residential dwelling, and just your views on that topic.
Yes, so if I recall the question correctly, Commissioner, it was whether there was any relevance in the permitted baseline in terms of additional planting on the site, bearing in mind that approved landscape plan. I've looked back at the original resource consent decision for the dwelling and the condition that required that landscape plan to be submitted and approved by the council. And looking at that decision, there is nothing or no condition in that decision that would prohibit additional planting being allowed to be undertaken on the site. When you look at the landscape plan that was approved back in 2005, there are some rather large areas shown as paddock on that landscape plan. Now, my understanding is that the landscaping that has been approved is the minimum requirements that were necessary to achieve the objectives in condition 8 of that resource consent for the original dwelling. It doesn't preclude being able to undertake additional permitted planting within those areas of open space on the site. And in addition to that, I have experience as a consultant planner, also a planner having processed consents for the Queenstown Lakes District Council, and having worked as a compliance officer for the council in my early days, and going out and signing off landscape plans of this nature. And where consent holders had undertaken additional planting over and above what was shown on the landscape plan, that has never, in my experience, been an issue of non-compliance or a permitted activity that they could not undertake on the site, as long as the minimum landscaping shown on the approved plan existed. Now, importantly, particularly in regards to comments I made in evidence about what the applicant may do if he's unsuccessful in gaining this consent, particularly in the south and southeastern corners of the site, which would effectively encompass lot 3 of the proposed subdivision. There's no planting shown around those boundaries, and I believe if the applicant desired to do so, they could, as a permitted activity, go and plant along those boundaries. Additionally, and there's a few complications with this landscape plan, as Ms. Stevens said, given the age of it, but we have identified by survey that 40% of the pine trees shown along the Cane Road boundary actually aren't in the applicant's site and couldn't have been approved as part of this landscape plan. And the council could come along and remove those at any time in the future as a permitted activity as well. And if that planting isn't on the applicant's site, there would be nothing to stop them coming and planting along that boundary as well, in my opinion.
Right, so effectively there are no conditions, because obviously the, you know, oh, well, I suppose back then it was a VAL, wasn't it, not an ONL, so I guess the weight placed on openness of that landscape wouldn't have been quite to the same degree as, for example, if it had been an ONL, where there may have well then have been conditions to prevent such planting.
Well, again, in my experience, I haven't come across, or certainly cannot recall, a resource consent where a landscape plan is approved and then there's a subsequent condition that would prohibit otherwise permitted planting on the balance of the site, I should add.
I think, Mr. Dent, it's fairly common to have restrictions on the balance of the site.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it is common to have in proposals such as this, or subdivision proposals in general. Yes, there are often covenants or consent notices that may control what the balance of a site is, or what activities may be undertaken on it. But just speaking plainly, if you had a site with a landscape plan that had been approved, if there was no other, say, no further development covenant or consent notice, or Commissioner Taylor, you may recall a previous application you sat on in front of me, we had a condition that required the balance of a site to remain in pastoral activity, because that was part of the character of that particular area. Unless you have those type of conditions, then just because there's a landscape plan approved on a site, I don't believe it restricts you being able to undertake further permitted planting throughout the site that's not affected specifically by that landscape plan.
Up on saying that it was uncommon, and I think it's actually fairly common. Okay.
Yes, but I think the point is there was no condition in this particular one.
I would just like to ask you, Mr. Dent, all this vegetation and landscape, which we've heard is significant ecological benefit, and Ms. Stevens advised us that it was sufficient to mitigate the effects of the proposal. Are you considering it mitigation, offsetting, compensation? What do you consider this to be?
Well, it's a combination of both. It is definitely landscape mitigation, but it is also positive effects in offsetting the additional domestication of the site as well.
So there's no compensation here in terms of 104AB?
I'd have to check exactly what 104AB says. Bear with me 1 second, Commissioner.
Hopefully I've quoted the right section.
Thank you. Might be
104.1AB maybe.
AB, I think, just off the top of my head. But
Yes, I think there's a 1 in there somewhere.
Look, I believe there is an element of offsetting or compensating to some degree for the additional residential activities on the site.
So what is required for mitigation and what's offsetting?
I believe the critical planting shown on figure 8, the landscape concept plan prepared by Anne Stephen, illustrates the key mitigation areas. And the additional areas outside of that, yes, they also provide additional mitigation, but they go above and beyond the bare minimum that would be required for mitigation, in my understanding.
Are you able to explain why 3 years was chosen as the period for the planting to be established prior to building?
I believe we as a team had a discussion as to, and that would be myself and Anne and the client and Dr. Lloyd, had a discussion as to what would give a reasonable period of growth, trying to essentially reduce the period of time at which truly effective mitigation would occur. So initially that was looking at a period of up to 10 years. By reducing that by 3 years, we sort of get down to what is considered a more reasonable time frame for those temporary adverse effects of sort of around 5 to 7 years. And I think you heard from Mr. Lloyd earlier this morning that he would be expecting some of the species to get heights of 4 to 5 metres in 10 years and other species to get 3 to 4 metres within 10 years. But he also indicated that with watering that those growth rates could be much faster as well. And I believe he asked the question of other witnesses or experts this morning as well, whether it was intended to provide irrigation for the planting. And it absolutely is. That would be part of the planting implementation and management plan that's required to be provided. And the applicant has an existing bore on site with a permitted right to take 25,000 litres a day of water from that. And we had demonstrated some irrigation calculations in the assessment of effects, the original application, that there was sufficient water for those 16,000 odd plants to be established and maintained for a period of 7 years.
So from that, I take it that the 3 years reduces the growing time such that there are only temporary adverse effects. That's what you're...
It reduces the period of temporary adverse effects, yes.
This morning, Ms. Baker Galloway submitted to us that the crux of the decision was really around the weight to be given to the mitigation and the positive effects of the ecological restoration. And Ms. Baker sort of alluded to this as well, but can you talk us through sort of the approach that you took to assessing that, and in terms of, well, you know, how much weight do we ascribe to that? Is it a function of the amount of the area, or how have you assessed this? And can you give us some guidance on how you think we should be doing this?
So in terms of, I guess, how substantial the ecological impacts of the proposal are, the positive impacts of that proposal are versus the landscape component. You've heard this morning from Dr. Lloyd that there are, in his opinion, very significant positive ecological effects from what's proposed on the site, and his evidence is unchallenged on that. So I've relied entirely on his expert advice. I've also taken a bit of a comparison of the Willow Ridge development next door, because the ecological planting on that site was considered to be significant as well. And to throw some numerical values on it, the Willow Ridge site is 118 hectares in area, and their approved Environment Court decision approved 6.59 hectares of planting, which is about 5.5%. Now, to use the figure that Mr. Lloyd mentioned this morning in terms of how much of the site has been planted out on the applicant's site, he mentioned one.
For a moment, that number you're quoting for Willow Ridge, is that just the bottom terrace?
I can tell you, give me 1 second.
It's just, it's such a segregated site that the whole site doesn't really give us any value.
That's true.
So that is from the Environment Court's final decision. The total planted area is 6.59 hectares. And yes, that includes the parts of the scarp face, the lower terrace where the 4 building platforms have been approved, and a small amount of planting around the building platforms approved on the upper terrace as well.
But does the 118 hectares include the upper terrace, or is that just the lower?
Yes, that includes the upper terrace as well.
Are you able to tell us how big the lower terrace area is there?
No, I don't have that information, I'm sorry.
From memory, having been the commissioner on that, the upper terrace is quite expansive and the lower terrace is significantly smaller.
Yes, that would be a fair comment.
Carry
on. And so this morning, Dr. Lloyd had estimated that just with the taller forest planting proposed on the applicant site would be approximately 1 hectare of planting. That's the equivalent of a little bit over 10% of the applicant site being planted just in those taller forest species, not the smaller shrubland site, given that the applicant site's about 9.7 hectares, 9.97 hectares. So numerically, and based on the expert evidence of Dr. Lloyd, I believe there is some significant ecological enhancement occurring with this proposal on the applicant site.
So, Mr. Dent, just the next question is really around the objectives and policies. And I think you've highlighted in your evidence the tension between this sort of open character and the loss of open character in the policies and objectives and policies in both plans that set out to effectively maintain and enhance the value of the ONF and then obviously the restoration of naturalness and biodiversity. And in your view, just looking at the ODP as compared to where the PDP is heading, are you able to comment on how that that tension is being resolved, or is it less obvious? Is it more difficult to resolve as you transition from the ODP to what we know? Well, what it appears that the PDP, or the thrust of where the PDP is heading? And it would include the recent decision that Ms. Baker-Galloway referred us to this morning around Indigenous.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear the end of that, Commissioner.
Ms. Baker-Galloway referred us this morning to the recent decision around Indigenous biodiversity that was in the regional plan, and so that I'm just interested in, you know, how we resolve, how should we be resolving this, and how does the plan help us to do that?
Yes, it's very, very complex, and I don't think you could say that either the ODP or the PDP is better than one another in terms of its direction. If you say, for example, going to afford more weight to the Indigenous biodiversity improvements versus landscape, I think it's very much still a case-by-case assessment. There is not to my knowledge, any explicit direction in either plan that says you shall give more weight to enhancing the Indigenous biodiversity values or protecting the landscape character of the site and the wider ONL. It seems very much to me that needs to be a judgment call. One interesting thing I did find, just looking at the proposed district plan, chapter 21, even though this chapter is still subject to appeal as well, looking at the zone purpose on page 21-15, talks about the purpose of the rural zone being to enable farming activities and provide for appropriate other activities that rely on rural resources while protecting, maintaining and enhancing landscape values. But it also goes on to say, also protecting, maintaining and enhancing ecosystem services, nature conservation values and the soil and water resource and rural amenity. So it still doesn't give a clear direction which one should carry more weight, but in this case, based on the evidence of Dr. Lloyd, I think there is substantial ecological benefit here that should be given significant weight in your decision making.
Thank you.
Okay. In your evidence, you have referred to, I mean, this goes back again to what could be established on the site. You've said at paragraph 34 that it could include a cherry orchard. I'm taking it you have no expertise in that, other than that you have obtained a subdivision consent for somebody in Central Otago who wished to establish a cherry orchard.
That's correct. I'm not a horticultural expert. I did reference which you've just read out. I was involved recently in an application in a similar environment where the site had been planted out in a cherry orchard. That's, I guess, an observation as opposed to my expert opinion on horticultural practices.
You, similar to the discussion we had with Ms. Baker-Galloway, and I think also with Ms. Stephen, in paragraph 54, you refer to
a assessment done by Mr. Espy when he was council's landscape architect on the house and its relevance to this? Do you consider it hugely relevant?
Sorry, do I consider it acutely relevant?
Given it was a VAL at the time and it's now a good 15 years ago that was done, if not longer.
I think it was just relevant, as has been explained by Ms. Stephen and Ms. Baker Galloway, in the context that it was used, basically to show that the existing house is not inappropriate itself and wasn't considered inappropriate when it was approved. Yes, I agree that things have moved on. The landscape classification of the site has changed back and forth over the last 20 years.
Yeah, okay. And then at paragraph 64, you say that the site does not contain highly productive soils, most likely will not be used for any traditional productive land use other than potentially tree crops, as mentioned in your assessment. So there's no other crops really that you see as likely to appear here. I guess what I'm getting at is that whole question that we've discussed with Ms. Stevens of what's going to be done with the balance of the site. Do you have any insight into that?
So the balance of the site, the applicant has not proposed any specific control over that area. On the advice of Ms. Stephen, the proposed planting is considered to be sufficient enough in its own right to mitigate and offset the effects of the proposal without having to go further and specifically control those areas that I guess are shown as open space at the moment. What I would point out is that in the conditions of consent that I've put forward is that it has been specifically stated that it's encouraged that additional eco-source planting, native planting, is to be encouraged and can be undertaken in those areas should the future owners wish to do so. But we haven't. In the land use consent conditions in Appendix B to my evidence, condition 19T states that additional indigenous plantings of eco-sourced, locally occurring species are encouraged and allowed anywhere across any part of the site.
Sorry, I'm in the wrong bit.
Page 108.
Yeah, it must be in the land use conditions.
Yeah, there's a note here, 108.
Yeah. So does that implicitly apply that other things are not allowed? That's not really a condition. That's I don't see that as a condition.
No, it doesn't prohibit other things from being planted in those areas. The landscape controls do limit what can be planted within the curtilage areas. So any plantings within the residential curtilage areas, which will reach a mature height of more than 2 metres, must also be eco-source native species natural to the area. But we don't have or haven't volunteered a similar condition to the remaining open space in the site outside the areas to be planted.
Okay, we'll get to the conditions in a minute. I'll just go back and see what other questions I have.
No, I think I'm.
Okay. And paragraph 84, you've possibly misquoted Miss McPherson. You've said that Miss McPherson for the council acknowledges planting proposal will complement other planting programs and over time will blur the current lineal boundary. I think she said may blur.
Okay, I apologise if that's the case.
Paragraph 100, I think I understand now what you were saying. It says, while the proposal will inevitably change the site's existing character to one of more natural open character, as opposed to one of openness. I was just a bit confused that it was becoming more of an open character, when my understanding is that open character is about the vertical enclosure and we're actually getting more planting. So my understanding was it would be more natural but less open.
Yes, that's a better way to phrase it. As Miss Stephen made the same comments earlier today, it would be a more natural character.
But less open. And then you've said as opposed to one of openness, and openness referring to the absence of building or human, it will change to one of more natural but less open as opposed to one of openness. Okay, so
Yes, so it's essentially the, sorry, I think I spoke over the top of you there, Commissioner.
right, I was just confusing myself. Carry on.
I was just going to explain that particularly the northern and southern parts of the site where there is no built form at the moment, those parts of the site are open and exhibit a character of openness, and that will inevitably change with this proposal because we are adding significant amounts of vegetation to the site. Therefore, there will be a change and there will be less openness and there will be less open character, and a more natural character will develop with this proposal.
Yep. At paragraph 105, you're talking about the curtilage areas, and I'm sure I've read this somewhere. How big are they now? I don't believe they were pegged when we were on site, so we didn't really get a sense of that.
No, the curtilage areas, to my knowledge, it had never been pegged out on site, and I don't have the exact area of what those are. I'm sorry. Possibly Ms. Stephen might be able to answer that, given she developed the landscape plan.
Are you able to answer that, Ms. Stephen? You're muted.
Hi, yes, I can. I'll just have to go and find my original plans so I can come back to you on that when I found them and worked it out.
Thank you.
Just jump in just while we're on the building platform sizes and the curtilage areas. So then you've got maximum 60% building coverage. And I unfortunately haven't had a chance to check this, but I think one of the new rules in the PDP for ONL/rural areas is that this is to be limited to 50%. And my recollection was that the only appeals that have been lodged against that are actually, in fact, to reduce that from 50% to a lower number. Is that your understanding?
I'm aware that there is a rule in the PDP relating to the maximum ground floor area of buildings, and I can take you to that in just a second. Yes, so in the council's decisions version of the proposed district plan, rule 21.7.3 lists building size and specifies that the maximum ground floor area of any building must not exceed 500 square metres, and if it does, you require a restricted discretionary activity consent for that breach. And that rule is under appeal, to my knowledge.
Yes, it is under appeal.
I think I have the appeals version open. The appeal is that it must not just exceed 350.
It was my understanding. Yeah, that's right.
It's with 500. So that would be
That would be 5.
Oh.
There would be 50%. What is that? 60% would be 600 metres.
Yes, they're 1,000 square metre building platforms, are they, Mr. Dent, still?
Yes, they are.
So 60% would actually exceed 500 square metres.
Yes, it would.
So, but you haven't sought to breach this rule?
No, we haven't.
And it can only
And that could be assessed at the time a future dwelling is proposed. But I think it's important to note with what has been proposed that yes, they're 1,000 square metre building platforms, a restriction of a maximum 600 square metres of building coverage within those building platforms, but it doesn't necessarily mean that a future owner is going to come and build a 600 square metre house on it. It could quite
making is the maximum is 500.
without gaining a restricted discretionary activity consent.
Yeah.
I've got those curtilage areas now if you want them. Okay, so lot 2, 3756 square metres.
3756, yes.
Lot 1 in the middle, 7375 square metres. And lot 3, 4047 square metres. Now that includes the building platform, each of those, and includes the existing house in the shed. And for lots 2 and 3, it also includes some of the planting area. Not much for lot 3, but quite a bit more on lot 2 for within the curtilage.
And those are the reduced curtilage areas that are referred to in Mr. Dent's evidence?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Stephen.
Thank you.
Just on that rule that you were talking about the buildings and the maximum coverage, was that for just one building?
The rule reads the ground floor area of any building.
Potentially, yes. Good point.
So normally in a building platform, you have a separate garage, separate shed, house. It's unlikely that any one building would exceed 500.
Thank you. We'll leave Mr. Dent with that thought. I'm sure you concur with what Ms. Stevens just raised, that you could actually have 600 square meters then.
The way I read that rule, yes, because it specifically says the ground floor area of any building, not cumulative of all buildings.
Yeah. Yep. Paragraph 108, you have stated, Ms. Clowes relies on the landscape evidence of Ms. Macpherson to conclude the subject site's natural topography does not enable clustering and location of building platforms in the least sensitive parts of the site. And then you've added, these least sensitive parts of the site are not identified. I'm wondering what that's telling us. I would have assumed you would have put the building platforms in the least sensitive parts of the site.
Yes, and that's what I mean by that statement, or the bracketed part of that paragraph, that as a team, we believe we put together a proposal with the building sites in the least sensitive locations, taking on board the mitigation. There hasn't been any other sites identified to me that might be more appropriate.
I'm intrigued by your paragraph 109, where you said that part of the design intent was to incorporate development of the northern and southern parts of the site that are largely redundant and unutilized for rural productive activities. And placing development in these sites would instigate a change from lucerne production to ecologically more appropriate indigenous vegetation and provide a sense of ownership and desire to maintain and protect it. I'm intrigued as to why that desire would suddenly emerge, why that desire doesn't already exist.
I think the basic answer to that is the financial implications of implementing all this planting. For most people, it would be unachievable to go and plant over 16,000 plants across the site and be able to fund that entirely yourself. I recall a figure that the landscaping proposed on the site is going to be in over 6 figures to implement. It is substantial, and therefore one way of encouraging and enhancing this type of ecological restoration is to have smaller lots where the individual owners can take some ownership over the maintenance of that vegetation into the future. And there's obviously an economic benefit for the client through the sale of or the applicant through the sale of those individual lots.
Okay. Do you have one question?
No, I think I'm done on the questions. I think we've covered most of.
At paragraph 111, you said, I can consider that the subdivision design ensures the most efficient use, development and occupation of the site, which has been described as unviable for productive use. I accept all the evidence that it's unviable for productive use, but does that mean it
be subdivided. I don't see that the plan supports that.
Sorry, Commissioner, you broke up a little bit there.
Okay. You've said that you consider it the most efficient use, development and occupation of the site as it's not viable for typical productive use. Now, I accept all your evidence that it's not viable for productive use. That's I don't think that's being challenged. But does that mean that subdivision is the most efficient use? I don't see that the district plan, either the option or the proposed, suggests that that is a is the next logical step.
Subdivision on its own, no, I don't think would be an efficient and effective use of that site. But when it is coupled with the context of substantial ecological planting that goes with it, then that's where I come to that conclusion in paragraph 111.
So should I be linking that to your previous comments as well, that without the financial incentive of the two allotments, the ecological restoration won't occur? Is that the link you're making?
It's not to say that it won't occur. I have applicants on other proposals who have the wealth to be able to go out and have gone out independent of any resource consent process and undertaken ecological planting on their rural properties, O&L properties specifically as well. But not every person or every landowner in the O&L has that financial means to undertake the planting by themselves. In this case, subdivision of the site to enable greater ownership of those individual lots and provide the capital funding to be able to implement that ecological planting is required.
Your evidence to us was also that mitigation, the majority of it's for mitigation, a small part's for offsetting. If it's for mitigation, there would be no, it's simply a case of your, I think if it's for mitigation, that's a different story to somebody going out and spontaneously creating ecological benefits. And what you're saying in paragraph 111, what you've just clarified for me, is that the benefits are the ecological restoration or the ecological enhancement. And yet you've previously said that was mitigation. So I'm getting just a bit confused.
Well, I believe it's a combination of both. It is mitigation and it also doubles as ecological enhancement.
So the ecological, okay, fine. I think I'll leave that. Paragraph 142, you're talking about precedent, and you say it's unlikely that a proliferation of applications for rural subdivision will be received by the council if this application is approved. As precedent got to result by definition in a proliferation of applications? My understanding is even one application could be affected by precedent.
Yes, even one application could be affected by precedent. In saying that, and I carry on at paragraphs, I think you're reading from paragraph 142. I go on in paragraphs 143 and 144 below that to describe why I think this site, and particularly the environment in which it sits, is incredibly unique compared to probably most of the other ONL sites in the district as well. Therefore, I don't think just because this consent may be granted that it is likely that there would be a proliferation or potentially even a single other application where a small site of this size exists, where it's entirely surrounded on 3 boundaries by public conservation land, an existing environment of another ecologically enhancing subdivision across the road, and potential ecological enhancement of other council and public conservation reserves all within a small area like this. I think it really is a unique setting.
Okay. I guess I was just questioning what the proliferation had to do with it, but I understand it not really. In your paragraph 177, you assess sorry, it must be below that. Well, below paragraph 177, you assess objective 4.2. 4.21c says to ensure subdivision and or development harmonises with local topography and ecological systems and other nature conservation values as far as possible. I haven't seen any assessment of how this harmonises with local topography. Wonder what you can say about that.
In terms of how it harmonises with local topography, I guess I can just clarify that the proposal doesn't involve any significant earthworks or landform modification. That would probably be the key thing I could take from that. There is no change to what little geological significance the site has, or geological attributes the site itself has. There's no changes in the landform and topography.
I think Ms. Stevens' evidence was quite significant landform attributes, actually, but in paragraph 185, you're looking at policy 6, and I saw actually that Ms. Baker Galloway also addressed that in her submissions. Is this urban development?
No, I don't believe that policy 6, urban development, is particularly geared to this type of subdivision proposal. But I did believe there was some mild relevance in considering and assessing that policy. Certainly, just to clarify that, the density of what proposed certainly wouldn't fall within urban development or urban subdivision.
Yes, I mean, it's an interesting one because it does refer to outstanding natural landscapes, so it becomes quite confusing, but just wondered. Do you have any idea why the Department of Conservation did not accept the offer to remove wilding pines?
I believe they had a plan in place to remove those pine trees themselves, and tragically, I think the gentleman who was involved in that passed away in the helicopter crash that occurred out of Wanaka Airport. And to my knowledge, that plan to remove the trees hasn't moved much further since that time. But it was DOC's intention that they would remove the trees themselves.
I mean, it's obviously not particularly relevant to this, but it seems quite unusual to refuse that.
Yes, it was unexpected.
Oh, paragraph 292 said, it is my opinion there are unlikely to be a significant number of other sites which exhibit such exceptional characteristics and unique receiving environment that would lead to proliferation of applications that would warrant the granting of consent. I think you mean that would warrant the refusing of consent?
Let me just read that paragraph, sorry.
I'm just not quite sure it says what you mean it to say.
So that paragraph 292 is, I believe, in direct reference to policy 6.3.12, recognising that subdivision and development is inappropriate in almost all locations in the ONL. And I was trying to outline that it's unlikely there will be, similar to the conversation we had before, Commissioner, significant numbers of other sites which exhibit such exceptional characteristics in a unique receiving environment. So the context of the public conservation land on 3 boundaries, the other future planting proposals by way of subdivision and council and public conservation reserve enhancement, that there would be other exceptional sites that would warrant the granting of consent. I'm sure there will be some, but there will not be significant numbers of consents that can meet this threshold of being exceptional.
Okay. Right. I just want to have a look at the conditions with you, Mr. Dent. So my only real concern with the conditions is that there appears to be no condition, unless I'm missing it, which require structures and exotic plantings, etc., to be in the curtilage area. I might be missing it.
So in the land use conditions, condition 19A requires all buildings to be located within the approved residential building platforms.
Yes. Oh, no, sorry. Wrong one. Right, yes.
And then condition 19N talks about restricting plantings within the residential curtilage areas which reach a mature height of more than 2 metres to be eco-source native species. We've already discussed that condition.
Yes.
But your question specifically was whether there was any condition about structures occurring.
I would expect it to see a condition which basically said all buildings and structures and all domestic planting shall be within the curtilage area, something like that. That condition appears to be missing, and I'm assuming it's an oversight rather than anything else.
Yes, you're correct. And certainly that condition 19A and the consequential one in the subdivision consent conditions could be updated to include that.
So that probably goes on to half answer our question of what is then expected and outside of the curtilage area, because it will restrict what cannot happen outside the curtilage area, which still probably remains a question for us. But we shall, that would be that condition can come in with conditions with reply. Okay, I don't have any further questions about conditions. Thank you. Do you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dent.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's. Yeah, we can resume
Okay,
at 3 o'clock.
we'll have a 10-minute break and resume at 3 o'clock. And then we will be on to the council, I think. Is that right?
Oh, we've got
Business?
we've got Willow Ridge.
Ah,
Yes,
Miss Devlin. Yes.
Mm.
Yes. Miss Devlin, I presume you're there as a video, a non-video person.
Sorry,
you-
I am here.
Okay.
And
Good.
like,
Yeah. Okay. We might just start at 3 o'clock with you then.
yep, no problem.
Thank you.
See you.
We're not muted.
I muted us.
I'm very envious of Anne's backdrop. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yes, I'm envious of that too. We need to get a backdrop.
Yeah. Are we on mute still?
Yeah, no, we're
we're not.
talking. Everyone
We're
can hear
talking.
us.
How did you do that, Anne? Your backdrop, we're so envious.
You're on mute.
You're
Right.
on mute.
Yeah, no. It's just one of my photographs, and you just put it on in settings under virtual screen.
All right.
Ah, okay, I'm going to fiddle
But
with
I do
that.
recommend, if you are going to use a backdrop, try and get a green screen, because as you can see, when I move, sometimes you get bits of background popping up, and or I disappear.
Oh yes, actually, we were just saying that about mine as well. Is that when you move around, sometimes it's darker and lighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bit to
yeah.
be learned about good zooming.
Actually, my big screen's got that's on a green one,
Right.
but you can't look at that one. We'd be looking as if we'd be looking sideways at everyone. So we've had to go to the small one.
Right. Are we ready to start again? Is everybody here? We lost anyone? No, that looks right. Okay. Miss Devlin, we're up to you.
Hello. So
Hello.
I'll just clarify that I'm appearing as a submitter, not an expert. And the submission is Willow Ridge Developments and Central Machine Hire made submissions. So I'll speak for both because they're part of the same group of companies.
Okay. Just open.
So just firstly, in regard to the Willow Ridge subdivision, that there's been a bit of discussion around that. At the moment, there's no decision being made on whether we will implement that, and it's highly likely that it won't be implemented for a couple of reasons. The first being that the planting, it's not what we originally applied for. It was an Environment Court decision, and it's a much reduced scheme to what we were looking for. The level of planting required is so extensive, and even the irrigation and everything has to be done before we can subdivide and sell the sections. It's probably not a viable scheme. So we're sort of probably put off by that. But the second reason for possibly not proceeding with that is that the quarry has actually turned out to be a very good quarry. It's a very valuable resource, and it's a good quality, and there's high demand for the product that we're extracting there. So we've got a 10-year consent, I think, and we're just probably extracting at a much faster rate than we'd originally planned. So it's likely that what we will do is try and expand the quarry rather than focus on the residential development. Our intention was that if we proceeded with the residential subdivision, that we would have no complaints covenants in terms of the existing quarry operation, but also future operations within parameters.
You can hear me. Those would be private, no complaints covenants, I assume.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a condition of the consent.
No.
Because we had an effective party approval sign off between the quarry when we did the residential subdivision.
Yes.
So yes, I think what our intention is to concentrate on the quarry operation. There's a quarry on the other side of the state highway from the Willow Ridge quarry, and the other quarry in the area is one at Hawaii that's just about run out. So the two quarries on Terrace Road and Cane Road supply most of the Wanaka side of the district. If those quarries run out, the next nearest one is in Cromwell, so it's much more sustainable to use the materials from the Hawaii quarries to build the roads and whatever in the Wanaka area. So we really wanted to continue this quarrying operation so that it can service the local market, and it is such a good quality product. So probably what we're going to do is expand that quarry, and then we may look at some sort of viticulture development at the other end of the site, rather than implementing the residential subdivision that we've got consent for.
With regards to that subdivision, I'm not sure whether you heard Mr. Dent's evidence earlier. He was making a comparison and he had some numbers, and he advised us that there was 6 hectares of planting required and the entire site was 118 hectares. And we tried to understand from him how big the lower terrace actually was. Do you know that?
Yeah, I heard that and looked it up. It's 16.95 hectares.
So 16.95 hectares. And we understood from Mr. Dent that the majority of the planting was either on the lower terrace or up the scarp there.
Yeah, and the scarp is 15.18.
Okay, thank you.
And then there was just minimal planting around the 2 lots on the upper terrace.
Okay.
So yeah, that's pretty much all that we I mean, I think our main concern is that although the quarry is reasonably far away from the proposed subdivision and indeed the bird property, when we first applied for that quarry, we did have objections from the bird property. So we know that that's likely to happen again if we were to look to try and expand that operation. So
right.
Protect our ability to grow the quarry.
Right. So I understand you're here as a submitter rather than a planning witness, but you understand
Correct.
that the quarry will require consent and is not something we can
Absolutely.
do.
Yes, yes.
Ms. Devlin, I understand from the evidence that there has been negotiation around a suitable covenant, but I think that has not resulted in agreement. Are you able to explain from your perspective?
Yeah, we did have some discussions. So the main sticking point was that we had sought a no objection covenant, and we'd set parameters within which the quarry could expand. And that was in terms of the distance to the west. Is it the west? Yep, towards the subdivision.
Right.
The quarry face to the west, but the applicant did not want any further development to the west of the quarry. They were happy with further development to the north, but not to the west.
Right.
So it just reached a standstill there.
The evidence from the applicant is that there basically are no effects to mitigate because of the distance to the quarry. Can you explain to us what you see as the effects being?
Well, again, the applicant was initially the applicant opposed the quarry. So obviously at some point they thought that there would be effects on them. They raised effects such as traffic, noise, dust, and those will be the potential effects on these properties if the quarry was to move towards them. It would probably be, although the quarry is well managed, but depending on where the gravel was going, there may be increased traffic effects, or there may be noise at and dust in certain wind direction, or certain weather weather dependent, and depending on how far west it moved towards them.
Yes, but the existing quarry, what effects that?
None. We've never had
There are no effects.
complaint, or as far as we know, there are no effects from the existing quarry on that property.
Okay.
So in terms of the quarry operation as it is now, is it at its maximum size, or can it expand further north at the moment? Sorry, further west towards the right, or is the
it can expand slightly further west, and it's stage 2, consented stage 2.
Yes.
Okay. So realistically, you're seeking that there is a no complaints covenant for some future development which needs consent, and we don't know what it is yet.
So a parameter, as in within X meters of the western face of the terrace, is what we were discussing with the applicant.
The scarp, does
Yeah.
that mean that?
Correct,
How-
yes.
What were you seeking?
I think we'd said 20 meters and they had said 165,
Which is the existing, is it?
which is the existing, yeah.
Okay.
We'd still be happy to come to an agreement with them.
I think there is probably a private agreement, to be fair.
Yes,
I
yeah.
don't think that's something that we have the ability to impose.
No, I agree.
That's good. Thank you. I understand. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Do you want to comment on the trade competition issue that Ms. Baker Galloway raised?
Not particularly, because we are not concerned with as a residential developer, we're not concerned with the residential development. We'd be, if we didn't have the quarry, if it was just a Willoridge subdivision, another 2 lots on the other side of we wouldn't have a problem with that. We don't tend to get involved in other people's residential subdivision. It's probably got similar issues to the residential subdivision that we got consent for. So
Yes, and actually, Ms. Stephen, there's nothing in your submissions that actually addresses that issue anyway. It's all about the quarries.
whereas the submissions are firmly with a quarry hat on.
So it's quite limited in its scope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Right.
Devlin. Right, I think that brings us to the council, unless I've missed anybody else. We don't have any other non-video participants I'm losing track
We
of.
can go to participants.
Oh, participants. No, that's not. Oh, there we go. No. Okay. Right, so we'll move to the council. Ms. Clowes, it's up to you how you want to do this. I'm presuming you'll want to start with Ms. McPherson. You're muted.
Hello. Yes, please.
Okay, shall we move straight to Ms. McPherson then?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is my first Zoom meeting as a hearing, so hopefully technology behaves itself. See how we go. Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
My name is Chris McPherson. I am a registered landscape architect of over 20 years experience, and I regularly provide peer review consulting services to QLDC. I peer reviewed the applicant's landscape and visual assessment by Ms. Anne Stephen and have read the supplementary evidence written by her. Early this morning I had, well, shall I say during COVID-4, I had a crown fall off one of my teeth and I had an emergency dental appointment first thing this morning. So I haven't delved deeply, Anne, into your revised plan that was part of this agenda, but I have had a look, but so bear with me on that. With regard to this application and considering the landscape classification, I think it is fair to say that Ms. Stephen and I agree that the subject site is part of the Clutha River Meta ONF and that there will be visual effects for some audiences for up to 7 years now, I think we're agreeing, and that there will be character adverse effects on the ONF ranging up to high from the built form for some years as well. considering the Clutha River ONF, there is no debate between us that this landscape feature contains the river, the margins, the fluvial terraces and scarps, and then slightly deeper into the landscape, the glacial meltwater terraces and scarps and upper terraces on both sides of the, on the eastern side of the Clutha River. The landscape for an ONF qualities that have to be identified during an assessment in order to understand what is to be protected in this specific ONF, I think is quite an important thing to go into. The biophysical qualities, the sensory and the associative values all come together to create an holistic landscape assessment and understand the particularities of the attributes within that specific ONF. In the ONF of the Clutha River, the key biophysical qualities that are distinctive are the distinctive and highly legible geomorphology, not the indigenous vegetation. I am not stating here that the native vegetation is unimportant or does not have many intrinsic values, just that within the Clutha River ONL, I consider that it is subservient to the geomorphological features and ongoing processes. In my opinion, the site is located on a terrace that is important to the ONF landscape in this area. Ms. Stevens' figures 4 and 5 in her original report, which we looked at earlier, demonstrate visually how this portion of the ONF, how in this portion of the ONF, the land west of Cane Road contributes to the quintessential ONF character when considered in conjunction with the continuous ONF landscape of Snake Point, Rico's Point, Newcastle Lookout, and the point associated with the subject site. And then finally, Devil's Nook or Hook or Crook, depending on who you're talking to. I don't consider that because the existing development is consented, oh, sorry, oh, that's right. I don't consider because the existing development on the site is consented, this exempts it in landscape terms from being considered dissonant or anomalous. In my opinion, landscape character is agnostic on such matters. I consider that figures 4 and 5 support the conclusions of the judges in the Willow Ridge decision and my assertions in paragraph 26 that the subject site is currently a rural outcrop within a natural terrace landscape adjacent to the river in the ONF. In my opinion, changing the rural outcrop to a rural living cluster adversely affects the perceived natural attributes of the terrace. Now, I want to return to those perceived attributes now, because I think it's very important to consider those. The sensory and the associative is what I spoke of earlier. Now, the sensory include the expressiveness and the aesthetic. That involves the legibility of the landforms and the glacial and fluvial processes, together with the ongoing fluvial processes and river meanders, which are highly expressive and dramatic, partly because of the lack of existing built form, the river sounds, clarity and speed, and the seasonal river flows and changing vegetation colours of the exotic vegetation. And finally, associative. These attributes include shared landscape values on the river terraces and margins, and more widely perceptions of naturalness, remoteness, and enclosure, which are all possible within the ONF. These combine with the scenic historical, and other associations. The associative and sensory attributes of the landscape are key to this landscape. And in my opinion, some of the existing structures within the vicinity of the subject site, such as the tracks and the Red Bridge, contribute to these scenic, historic, and recreational qualities that this particular ONF has as attributes. In my opinion, the presence of some human structures does not necessarily reduce these associative values. It depends on the location of these, the scale of them, and their design. I have taken some time to repeat these values that are important for protection within this ONF, because when assessing this proposal, we have to consider how this proposal will adversely affect those landscape values to a degree, and if that is an inappropriate level. With regard to the consented Willow Ridge development at the toe of the Scarp landform, the judges considered that the ONF's intrinsic qualities, which we've just been through, would not be adversely affected to more than a minor degree because of the existence of the built form on our subject site and its vegetation. And that is that the Willow Ridge built form would not be the first in the receiving landscape, and the ONF is compromised by that existing development on our subject site. Because those they went on to say that because those building platforms were not proposed for the riverside of Cane Road was important, they were located so that they were subservient to the natural scarp and the and landforms. And finally, because the landform was such that the toe of the scarp was some distance from the river, meaning that headland meander and that flat terrace would be unaffected by the development to a significant degree. And this responds to the ODP 5.4.2.2 on openness. Now, I had that open and I'm not sure if I still have. Yeah, here we go. And that, the one that I'm considering is, where am I? A11. Whether the site is defined by natural elements such as topography, vegetation, which may contain or mitigate the adverse effects. And I support what the judges were saying in that the being shoved in against the toe of the scarp meant that Willow Ridge development was contained by some topography, which I do not consider is the fact on our subject site and with this proposal. The judges considered that the dwelling and the farm holding on our subject site were anomalous on the terrace landscape, and I support that view as I stated in paragraph 20 of my report. I won't go on because that existing activity has introduced contrasting and dissonant lines and patterns into the landscape between Red Bridge and Rico's Point on the true left bank of the Clutha River. It is, in short, the only portion of rural activity in this area.
Sorry, Chris, I just lost track of what you were talking about when you were talking about the lines.
What I was talking about was that the rest of the patterns on the true left bank of the Clutha River in this vicinity do not display the hard boundary lines and landscape patterns of rural activity that are displayed on this site, on the side of the bank between Cane River and the river, what do you call it? The river, the water in the river. Gosh. Where am I up to? considering openness and open character. The wider ONF is valued for both its open character and its open space values. The open space values of the ONF are high, and I think Anne and I both agree about that. They are generated by a lack of built form, and I continue to maintain that the open space values of both this portion of the ONF and the subject site will be adversely affected by the proposal. In the vicinity of the proposal, I agree that the open space values will be reduced by the Willow Ridge development, but I also agree with the judges in that case that the positioning of the building platforms at the toe of the scarp, as opposed to deep on the river terrace, is key to their acceptability. I do not consider that the potential development that may occur at the Red Bridge camping area will adversely affect these open space values greatly, because its built form, potential scale and location are on the opposite side of Cane Road again, and of a very small scale. And I'm referring here to Ms. Stevens' Red Bridge development plan on page 19 of her original landscape report. The ONF's open character is variable throughout, depending on the vegetation densities, locations, and the pastoral farm activities along its length. I stand by my statements in paragraph 12 that the open character will reduce further if the applicant's plantings and the camp reserve site are developed as proposed. I also consider that if the design of the camping ground proceeds, the amenity of that area will improve markedly. But that the ONF's existing biophysical values generated from its legibility and expressiveness of the geomorphology will reduce. I reiterate that the scale at which, the level at which one views the site's context is important to how open and legible the landscape appears and how the site contributes to this. The native vegetation on the conservation land is relatively permeable, such that the ground formations are very apparent and the exotic vegetation is visible beyond. I then had some comments with regard to some of the viewpoints, but I'm going to set those aside at the moment. I maintain that the pines were considered key to the lack of open character on the terrace during the Willow Ridge decision. And I just think that that's somewhat important to consider when one's considering its the cumulative effects of this particular application. If this application is consented, I agree with Ms. Stephen that the open character will be increased temporarily, and I also agree that the open space values will be reduced. I think it's interesting to look at Ms. Stevens' viewpoint 1 and 2 in her report. I think it's page of her original report. I think it's page 111. The reason for that is because the building, what we see there is a beige rectangle, which I am accepting. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Could you just hold for a moment while we just get that figure up?
Which figure was it?
Sorry, which figure was it you said? Figure 1?
Viewpoint 1 and viewpoint 2 on page 111, I think. Particularly viewpoint 111.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Yeah. I don't. 390.
So this is a view looking from the public road across to lot 3.
View towards, so that's view 2. View
Yes,
towards,
I think view 1 and view 2 are just taken. I think view 1, I haven't got it open in front of me right this minute, but I'm pretty sure that that is the one that is the more broad.
one is straight to the gate.
That's right. And then there's the building envelope, the building platform envelope, I think.
Oh,
Yes,
yes.
yeah,
So
you
view
can
1
see
is
it, yeah.
closer and view 2 is further away, I think.
Yes, well,
View 1 to view 1A. Oh, it's very
One,
confusing.
they're different lenses.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Carry
Okay.
on.
Excuse me. I wanted to contend that the building is shown, I'm sure, at as close as Ms. Stephen could to the 4.5 metre limit, height limit. One can still perceive that one is looking not only into the site, but across the site to the terraces on the other side of the Clutha River. You can see the river terraces and then the grander glacial terraces beyond. If the vegetation that is proposed in front of that building envelope is the tree vegetation as opposed to the shrub vegetation, and that will grow over time to about 8 metres, I think, most of it.
Yeah.
And that will mean sort of pretty much twice as high as the building envelope at 4.5 metres, which means that from the public locations in this area, the views of some of the geomorphological terraces that are key, I think, to the ONF's attributes will no longer be visible from this area. So what I'm pointing out is that it's not just views into the site that I think are important here, it's views across the site, continuing views out onto the rest of the ONF.
So what you're telling us is that the planting which is proposed in the corner of lot 3 in the southwestern corner is going to significantly block views of the geomorphological features across the river.
The river, the fluvial terraces, I'm pretty sure that you'll still see the tops of the glacial terraces, but you won't see the fluvial terraces anymore. Just from a point of openness, I wanted to reiterate that it wasn't just openness into the site here that I was concerned about. Focusing on the twofold test in the PDP 2121.1.1, I maintain that the ONF and this particular terrace cannot absorb the proposed change without adversely affecting the sensory and associative landscape attributes of the ONF I have discussed earlier, and therefore is not exceptional. I don't consider that because the site is currently a rural outcrop that this makes it exceptional. Further, I consider that the development will be easy to see for some years, and I accept that the new proposal, that's the new landscape proposals, to delay development on the site for up to 3 years after the planting to allow the vegetation growth will reduce this impact somewhat. But this will only ameliorate some of the visual effects of the proposal, not the landscape character effects, such as the adverse effects to perceived naturalness, the open space values, the scenic values, as well as the sense of being away from it all. I draw the Commissioner's attention to Chapter 2121.1.3, effects on the ONF landscape quality requires assessment of if the proposal will maintain or enhance the quality of the character of the landscape, not mitigate. In the ODP, oh no, I'm sorry, I've missed my thing. As far as the design goes, I stand by my opinion that the density of the proposed development is not in keeping with the maintenance and enhancement of the intrinsic and recognised values of the Clutha River ONF. The site is too small to cluster elements in areas of the site that are least sensitive, less visible, or have less impact on the character of the landscape. It is located on the western side of Cane Road on the flat between two meanders, otherwise undisturbed by built form. As far as cumulative effects go, I stand by my comments in my review that the non-farming activities proposed will degrade the valued character of the ONF. The form and density of the rural living activity proposed will domesticate the landscape beyond its absorption capacity. It is important to appreciate the potential complexity of the arrangement of elements that can be part of a rural living compound. The beige rectangles shown on the visualizations do not demonstrate this complexity. The potential dwelling roof angles, skylights, chimneys, sheds, garages, horse floats, for some years even horses, water tanks and other elements that may actually be sited within these elements. The Willow Ridge development is also important here because I contend that rather than enabling additional development, this consented development relies on screening from existing vegetation proposed to be removed by this application. That is, the pine trees were seen to reduce the amount of openness in the lands on this piece of the landscape within that Willow Ridge decision. Now, if we cut those down for some laudable reasons, we erode some of the things that were compensating for the previous development, which I consider part of the cumulative effects on this ONF. I consider the proposal will spread built form and domestic activities further across the open flat terrace, breaching the Cane Road element and exacerbating adverse effects on the ONF from existing elements. I stand by my comments in paragraph 3 that the cumulative effects of this proposal will outweigh the benefits of the planting of the additional indigenous vegetation whose ecological values are only one component of a landscape assessment. Considering the amended landscape plan, I wish to point out that the extent of existing vegetation to be removed from around the existing dwelling on lot 1. This is greater than just the pines along the road. The dwelling will be more visible relative to its current state, as will the hedge. None of the purple highlighted vegetation areas are on lot 1, and no additional vegetation is proposed between the dwelling, the shed, and Cane Road.
Just hold for a moment, please, Ms. McPherson. Just finding the correct version of the landscape plan. The right one? Yes. Oh, here.
Yeah.
Right. Carry on. Thank you.
To the west, stands of additional exotic deciduous trees are proposed to be planted. And native vegetation, the native vegetation proposed does not use species that are already creating patterns in the landscape, and it does not respond to these natural patterns. It is generally arranged around the boundaries. with reference to the original landscape plan for the site when it was consented, which has had some discussion, I just wanted to point out the swathe of Kānuka on what is to become part of Lot 3. That Kānuka has been removed from the site. Now, I believe that it would have been in a pattern similar to the other Kānuka in the conservation areas. In my estimation, the amount of new Indigenous vegetation proposed for this lot is about the same if you were to bunch it all up together on the site, but it is now in a more unnatural arrangement. Considering the Tane wood, I'm not sure if that's how you say the name, I beg your pardon if that's wrong, submission, which is focused on views to this from the south. I support these concerns and again point out the extent of the curtilages, which are potentially the most intensively domesticated land. I stand by my conclusion that the site is part of an ONF landscape with high levels of perceived natural open space, recreational and biophysical values. It is highly legible and expressive, which I've already said. The ONF attributes will not be maintained or enhanced by this proposal. And with reference to policy, PDP policy 3.3.20 of the PDP, I consider that the proposed activities will conflict with the and degrade the existing character of the rural landscape. And I think there are other strategic policies within that chapter that are worthy of consideration. That concludes my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. I'm assuming you have that in writing and are able to provide it to us.
Yes, I do have it in writing and I can provide it to you.
You could send that to Ms. Evans.
I will.
Yes, that would be lovely. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, just I guess Ms. McPherson, thank you very much for your summary. I guess just broadly summarising. So what you're saying is that for this particular ONL area, which is obviously adjoining the Clutha ONF, that the values associated with open space, legibility, expressiveness are the most important values, and that I think you said the physical values, but I assume you mean the biological or the ecological values are not as important as the other values. So the application's I suppose intention to restore at least some of the site in Indigenous planting is not necessarily not inconsistent with, but does not carry as much weight in this particular ONL. And I guess to that, what weight would you put on the ecological planting that the applicant has relied on as mitigation and or compensation in this?
Just taking a step back, Commissioner, assessing a ONF or ONL landscape, the assessment is divided into these three areas: biophysical, sensory, and gosh, I've lost it, and associative. Now, biophysical is called biophysical because it's more than just biological. It's also the geography and the natural processes that are going on in the landscape. So for instance, the river itself is a biophysical feature. And the definition in this area is that the river landscape includes the fluvial terraces, and then the outwash, the scarps, and then the outwash terraces above, and then the glacial, in some cases, the glacial scarps as well. And sometimes even those terraces above those. So the geophysical is always the starting point for an outstanding natural landscape, because I think, and Ms. Stephen, you may be able to support me here, that those biophysical values have to be more than moderate high, I think, before a landscape can be considered outstanding and natural. But that bundle of biophysical includes the erosion and the meanders and what I'm saying is that the vegetation patterns, sure, they're part of it as well, but the ecological value of those biophysical elements is a subset of the biophysical. Does that
makes sense?
Clarify that?
Yeah.
And I'm not denying that what's being proposed is not ecologically sensitive or aspirational even. What I'm proposing is that the vegetation in the Clutha River area is subservient to those grander, more to those geophysical processes that we can see from the glacial and fluvial activity. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and so your concern is that if consent was granted and the planting goes ahead, that will be lost in this broader landscape.
No, I'm not concerned about that. What I'm saying is that from a landscape assessment point of view, that hanging everything off the fact that this is ecologically valuable vegetation is not enough in this ONF, because how can I put this? The qualities of this particular ONF that are to be protected are not that. They're not the key attributes that are to be protected. Sure, we want to protect it, but they're not I consider them, in my opinion, the vegetation is subservient to those other processes in the biophysical sphere of the assessment.
Right, thank you, that makes sense. Yeah, I understand what you're saying now. Thank you.
You, Ms. McPherson, you've made quite a lot of comments about removing the pines and removing the vegetation will expose the Willow Ridge site, and that was part of the consideration for the Willow Ridge site. I find that quite confusing because I don't see how off-site vegetation can have informed a judge's opinion, really. Have I misunderstood what you're saying?
No, you haven't, and I was a bit confused about that too.
Okay. Right.
I think they were talking about the ONF landscape as opposed to the subject site, because as I've been saying, they were assessing how this particular activity on that particular site would affect the attributes of the ONF.
Right. Okay.
Ms. McPherson, with the, I mean, obviously, you know, when we visited the site, we had a look at the conservation land that's surrounding it. There's a reasonable amount of regeneration of Kanuka and possibly some other species we didn't really have time to actually do a huge investigation of that. But I guess in terms of that natural process which is also occurring, if that was extended to the site, would that have positive effects in your opinion?
Yes, I think it would.
It would. So it's really the type of planting that's being proposed that.
What I'm saying is that the arrangement of the planting on the site does not reflect the natural patterns within the ONF in this vicinity, and that Ms. Stevens' figures show that the more natural development that's happening there.
Right. And you presumably heard or have read Dr. Lloyd's evidence about the vegetation that would have existed pre-human occupation of this land. Do you have any comments on that, given that that is, I guess, sort of, with this proposal, as I understand it, a lot of what is proposed reflects what might have been there originally?
I had some experience a few years ago out of Napier, where there were some very exposed and eroding hillsides on a peninsula out there that a group was looking to revegetate in the way that it had been in the past. And the local community didn't want that to happen because they liked seeing those skeletal bare bones. For them, that was an associative and sensory expression of landscape that was highly valued. And I'm not saying that, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that I have no debate about the quality of the vegetation that is being proposed. What I am trying to reiterate here is that is one component of a landscape assessment, and what attributes are highly valued within an ONF, in this particular ONF, if you will, I don't think is the kind of arrangement of planting that is proposed for this site. I have no dispute or no debate about the quality of the vegetation that's being proposed or what was once there. But what I am doing is talking about the attributes that have meant that this piece of landscape has been designated as an ONF at present. And I mean, that's an evolving thing. We talked about the fact that at one point it was a VAL.
Yes.
So what's happened in there in the meantime is actually just the way that I believe it's the way that the landscape is now perceived and valued, which goes to that human interaction with the landscape.
Right. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Can I just pick your brain a little bit further on that one? Outstanding natural landscape. My understanding has always been that naturalness is a scale. There's all sorts of different elements on that, and the closer we get to pre-human vegetation and pre-human situation, the more natural that landscape is perceived as. But you're saying, actually, no, it's about how much it's valued, in what state it's most valued. That seems to be a different way of looking at it.
Yeah, I guess it does seem so. It's I'm just trying to remember the name of the case. I think it was Hawthorne. I would have to look that up, and I could give you there was a very big debate about, let me just see if I've got it here. A big debate about that, but section 6B of the RMA is quite clear, I think, that the natural values have to be moderate high, and for each outstanding natural feature or landscape, that those attributes have to be identified specifically so that you understand, and I think Ms. Baker Galloway actually spoke to this as well, so that it's understood what has to be protected. And in this case, I really don't think that this landscape is being, the Clutha River ONF is being protected primarily, primarily for its vegetation.
I think I understand that point. It's more the point of your contention that this is not making it more natural. I think that's the point we're trying to understand, how it can be that Dr. Lloyd has advised what vegetation was there pre-human occupation, that you're accepting of that, you're not disputing that that's incorrect, and yet you find that it's more natural to have a more sparse vegetation because then we can see the geological features. Is that what I'm understanding your evidence to be?
No, not at all. What I'm saying is that the arrangement of the vegetation that's proposed on the site, together with the domestication and the buildings, reduce the values and attributes of the outstanding landscape.
Okay.
I do not think that putting pre-European boundary species as boundary planting, etc., inherently naturalizes a landscape. I just don't support
So it's
that.
really all about the arrangement.
It's about the arrangement and what it enables and precludes, and the balance between those things. Yes.
Right. You started off, Miss McPherson, by saying that you and Miss Stephen, or at least that's what I noted down, agreed that the visual effects would be for up to 7 years.
Yes.
So are you saying?
I said that there would be. We agreed that there would be. I was, that's what I said.
So are you saying that after 7 years, the visual effects will be mitigated, or are you simply saying that's our area of agreement?
That's our area of agreement.
So how long do the visual effects go on, in your opinion?
I think that varies depending on where the audience is. Frankly, I'd have to have another look at the plan to give you a very specific assessment, because the proposal now includes, as I said, growth on some of those species. The shrubs will grow probably, gosh, I'm not 100% sure. The shrubs will probably, if they're planted at 300, which is the length of my foot, they'll probably grow to about 1.5 meters in 3 years. And the trees, if they're all planted at 1.5 meters, they'll probably grow to about 3 meters in 3 years, and probably more like 5 meters in 7 years. So what that means is in some locations, the buildings will be primarily screened. They'll be apparent at night, of course, but and in other areas they won't be.
After 7 years. Miss McPherson, did you mean after 7 years?
I did.
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Thank
McPherson.
you.
I think that brings us to, we need a break now.
It is 4 o'clock, so maybe
Karen has to close. Or do you want 5 minutes?
no. I think I'm fine. If you're
Okay.
fine.
Is everybody fine? We'll carry straight on to Ms. Clowes. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Ms.
Thank you. I just had a couple of points of clarification before I was happy to take questions. One was on the comment by Mr. Dent and Ms. Baker-Galloway that I don't consider the Willow Ridge development to be part of the receiving environment. I'm not quite sure where that view has been formed. In section 8.2.1.2 of my section 42A report, I quite clearly refer to the Willow Ridge development as being part of that receiving environment and include a plan of that development. So just to be quite clear, I do consider that Willow Ridge development to form part of the receiving environment, and my 42A assessment has been undertaken on that basis.
Okay.
The second comment was in relation to the permitted baseline. Again, Mr. Dent and Ms. Baker-Galloway have taken note of the fact that I have not included the proposed native planting as being permitted on site. Primarily that was on the basis that I considered it to be somewhat fanciful, given it includes over 16,000 plants at a cost which Mr. Dent has referred to as being in the order of a 6-figure sum.
Okay.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Do you have any comments on the permitted baseline in terms of any other planting in the context of the landscape plan that exists? So the old landscape plan?
Yes, I do. I guess I'd make a few comments there. One is that looking back at the 010275 decision for the existing residential dwelling on the subject site, it's referenced quite a few times in that decision, and as well as by Mr. Espy in his landscape assessment, that the presence of the mature shout-about planting along Cane Road serves to significantly screen any views of that development from Cane Road. And my understanding is that at the time of making that assessment, it wasn't clear that those pine trees were partly on the subject site and partly on the council reserve. My understanding is at that point, it was believed that all of that vegetation was on the subject site. Just a comment from that decision by the council planner at the time, existing shelter planting along Cane Road will considerably mitigate views of the house from the road. Another comment in relation to the Manuka scrub that was supposed to have been retained on the southern corner of the site. The decision goes on to state an important element of existing natural character is the presence of large areas of Manuka scrub. It is considered appropriate that as much of the scrub as possible is retained. Again, I note that Manuka planting has been removed. Thirdly, there's a comment about proposed shout-about planting along the western boundary, which, as I understand it, has not been undertaken. Again, that was noted in the decision, as well as by Mr. Espy, as having a considerable mitigation effect in terms of visibility of that existing dwelling from Cane Road and from the wider public viewpoints.
So is it your understanding that a landscape plan like this, the applicant can, in the areas marked paddock, for example, plant anything which is permitted?
In my experience, a landscape plan would generally cover the whole site, and it would specify what was to be undertaken in every part of that site to avoid this exact scenario that you're referring to, which is where there might be a level of uncertainty about what could ultimately be undertaken in different parts of the site. So to answer your question, no, I think I think what's permitted on this site is what's shown on the plan. I don't think that the landscape assessment for this decision factored in any further planting that could be considered as permitted.
Okay.
And to that effect, it's very important that this the landscape plan for this decision indicates what is proposed for the balance of the site.
Yes, yes. You will have heard Ms. Baker Galloway, and I put the same question to Mr. Dent about the crux of the decision is really to some degree the weight to be given to the mitigation of the ecological restoration, and what weight is to be given to the mitigation and or the the increase in biodiversity or the offsetting compensatory element of that. Do you have any views on that, or any guidance for us on how we should go about that assessment?
Sorry, are you able to repeat the question? For some reason, I thought that you directed that question at Ms. Baker Galloway.
Okay. No, just wondering if you, in terms of how we should assess the positive effect of the ecological restoration that's been offered, and we've obviously heard evidence from Dr. Lloyd in that regard, but in terms of how much weight we give it, and in terms of its, and we've heard from the applicant's experts that there's a component of mitigation and a component of offsetting, or potentially, I think, both. And how you would view that, and any guidance around how we should assess the weight to be given to that in this particular application.
Sure, thank you. My view is that the planting is almost entirely mitigated. The other thing I would note is the PDP, in my view, the distinction between the objectives and policies of the ODP and the PDP is that there seems to be a clear shift towards moving away from mitigating adverse visual effects with planting towards, rather than mitigate, can we avoid? And secondly, if we look at some of the specific objectives and policies of the PDP, they start to refer quite specifically to 6.3.1, for example, encourage any landscaping to be ecologically viable and consistent with the established character of the area. In 6.3.1.6, maintain the open landscape character of outstanding natural features and outstanding natural landscapes where it is open at present. So to my mind, the PDP is turning away from a focus on mitigation with native vegetation on the basis of its ecological values, with a clear focus on placing limited weight on doing so where that landscaping is inconsistent with the established character. And I understand why the PDP is doing that, as proposed by the applicant. If you were to put significant weight on the ecological values of the proposed landscaping, in a very simplistic view, that starts to form a view that almost any development is appropriate anywhere, as long as it's fundamentally screened by native planting.
And when you say inconsistent with established character, do you mean the character of the site, the current site itself, or the adjoining conservation land and what's happening there as a result of natural processes, as Ms. McPherson explained to us?
The wider area. So as Ms. McPherson discussed, the adjoining PCL land is primarily Kanuka that has established itself in a more natural pattern, and the planting proposed on the subject site, whilst again I accept that this might be representative of the vegetation patterns that may have existed in this area a long time ago, the point is that landscape, those species don't exist at all in this area in any significant number. And so I understand what Ms. McPherson is saying, where it highlights what the applicant is doing, which is it's mitigating domestic activity within the site.
Speaker McGalloway raised two matters which had been finalised through the courts between you writing your report and this hearing. One of them was the proposed RPS policy 3.2.4 was finalised, I understand, and the other was that within the PDP chapter 33 all appeals were resolved, and in particular policies 33.219 and 33.2.110 were finalised. Does this affect your judgment at all? Do you want to comment on that?
I still think we're primarily sitting at a point where significant weight should be given to the ODP provisions, but some weight should certainly be given to the PDP provision. If you, in terms of the consent order that came through on topic 4, I haven't had the chance to read that. It came through to me about 2 minutes before the hearing commenced this morning.
Is that on chapter 33?
I haven't. Ms. Baker Galloway might be able to confirm what that consent order pertains to. I haven't had the chance to review it.
Topic 4 is that chapter 33, Ms. Baker Galloway?
Yeah, so that's all of chapter 33 as it relates to, excluding ski area subzones, which is obviously not relevant. It's every other provision that relates to the site. Every provision in respect of Indigenous vegetation that relates to the site is now beyond appeal and operative.
Thank you.
Just about covered.
Okay, Miss Clowes, now the version of conditions that was presented by Mr. Dent is not marked up in respect of yours, which makes it a little difficult for me to make comparisons, which would be extremely laborious. Are there any things in his conditions that are different to yours and noteworthy?
The only condition I'd like to refer to is the amendment which relates to a condition that no built form be undertaken on the building platforms until 3 years past the establishment of the native planting. I'm not sure where 3 years has come from. I support in principle what Mr. Dent is trying to do. And if the commissioners if you were of a view to support this proposal, I do think that condition would need to be amended to reflect and tie into the figures that Ms. Stephen has provided, which is that the visual effects of the built form would be quite significant, particularly from Cane Road, for a minimum period of 7 to 10 years. On that basis, I don't see how the applicant could contend that a condition referring to 3 years could adequately address the mitigation of the visual effects of the built form when it's not tied to any measurable degree of screening.
So what's your suggestion?
That it be amended to a minimum of 7 years.
Given the consent is sought for a period of 7 years, that would make it impossible for them to exercise their consent. Would it or not? No, maybe not. Okay, I'll think about that. Okay, or in the alternative, a certain height, was that what you were saying?
I have discussed the use of height as a parameter. I think the difficulty there is, from my understanding with conversations with Ms. McPherson, is that the planting proposed will achieve varying heights, and we felt that probably the appropriate avenue to utilise would be a minimum height at planting, and then specify a period of time on the basis that, according to Ms. Stevens, that would achieve a measurable level of screening. I think it would be present some difficulties perhaps from a compliance point of view, to be on site trying to ascertain which vegetation has reached varying heights when there's quite a wide range of vegetation that's been proposed.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think I have any further questions of you, Ms. Clowes. So I think that brings us back to you, Ms. Baker Galloway. Now, I'm not sure how you want to do a reply.
I'd prefer to do it in writing, along with the updated consent conditions, and I suspect I'll need to have some supplementary comment from Ms. Stephen and Dr. Lloyd, because the issues about the patterning of the vegetation are new to us as being something that was of concern, as was the emphasis that Ms. McPherson placed on the geomorphological landforms that wasn't previously raised as an issue. So I'll just need to discuss that with my experts in terms of whether or not a supplementary response is needed to address those new issues. It's quite disappointing that they've been raised so late. So in terms of time frame, unless anybody waves their arms at me, I'm going to suggest we respond by Monday week, so in 5 working days, if you like.
Yes.
Is that okay, Anne?
Yeah, that's fine by me.
You're around, Calvin and Sean, you guys around? Yep.
I'm actually going to be away Friday through the weekend.
Okay, so we'll sort your stuff out before then. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Does that suit the commissioners?
Yes. It always concerns me when there's supplementary evidence coming, because we may then go back.
I agree. I'll only be presenting it if it's necessary, but like I say, it's quite disappointing that those matters weren't raised previously.
Yeah, so which matters are of particular concern to you that weren't raised? The concern with the landform?
The concern with the
And the pattern of vegetation, was that what you said?
yes, the natural the allegation that the patterning of the proposed vegetation is not natural, which is something, it's an ecological question I need to talk to Dr. Lloyd about, and the emphasis on the larger geomorphological fluvial landforms and the effects of this proposal on those, which Ms. McPherson seemed to place a great deal of emphasis on today.
Okay, so we're happy for you to prepare the supplementary evidence. If we'll make a decision as to whether or not we accept it, I suppose, once we've delved into greater detail. But I think at this stage it's appropriate for us to say we'll accept. We'll allow you to submit it.
Yes.
Or we won't commit to accepting it.
That sounds good. Yeah, I think it's appropriate.
Okay. Are there any other comments you would like to make, Ms. Baker-Galloway?
No, those are the two main, that's the reason why I think I need just a little bit of extra time, is to go through those points with the team, because like I say, it's not something that was previously made an issue of, so we'll just have to see whether or not we need to cover it off with supplementary evidence.
Yeah. Okay. And we would, yes, obviously would like conditions which are marked up with the council's comments, please.
Yes, so that's a good point. We will liaise with Ms. Clowes, so to the greatest extent possible, the words are agreed.
Yes, or there's a comment telling us what's not agreed.
That's right, yes.
It's really helpful for us because having two sets of conditions is too laborious for us to compare. Okay.
No, I think that's all from, yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. We will adjourn the hearing then, and we will hear from you on the 25th. Is that close of business or noon?
On the 25th, it's a Monday. Oh, let's say noon, yes.
Noon? That means it will get distributed on noon on Monday as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. So applicant team, let's ring that number at 4:30. Give you a wee break first.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
No, I haven't.
You need to leave the meeting.
I'll leave the meeting. There we go.